Brayden, can you say something?
Yeah, Braden's very
Okay.
quiet.
I'm going to make the assumption that we're live right now. There's a little bit of a delay between Discord, what we're doing, and now, okay, now I'm seeing it in Discord. All right, or in the platform. All right, cool. Hey, everyone, thanks for joining us. Welcome to the Journeys Conference. We are kicking it off with what I'm calling the pre-party with an amazing group of people here to talk about building in public and all the professional benefits that come along with it. So, my name is Brian Morrison. I'm Senior Developer Educator at Clerk, and I want to start by thanking Clerk for sponsoring the conference. Clerk's a user management platform that makes it super simple to add authentication into your applications using some very simple drop-in components. And very honored to work with a company that really believes in giving back to the developer community. And what better way to give back and in donating to a great cause? For those of you who don't know, all of the funds that are being raised in this event are going to Jacob Ashley, whose wife was recently diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. So it's a free event with a bunch of great people, but all the funds are going to a great cause. So as I mentioned, the theme of our chat today is building in public. I personally have benefited greatly in my career from building in public, so it's a topic that's very near and dear to my heart, and I think everyone else who is in this panel today can agree with me. So I'm going to start off with some introductions. We'll pass it around. I'm going to start with Aaron Francis. You want to go ahead and introduce yourself? Tell everybody what you do, where you work, what kind of things you're into, and then I guess how has building public or sharing knowledge in public rather helped you in your career?
Yeah, I would love to share. Thanks for having me. Brian, it's good to see you again. We used to be on a
Yeah.
lot of calls together, old coworkers here. So good to be back on a call with you. My name is Aaron Francis. I basically owe all of my professional success to building in public, whether that is writing blog posts or making videos or doing open source work. The job where Brian and I worked together, I got because I was writing a bunch of articles. The job before that, I got because I could point to a lot of proof that I was able to do the job. So when I sent in my application, it was just a bunch of links that was like, hey, I've done all this stuff. Do you want to hire me? And the answer was yes. And so basically everything I have professionally, I owe to being in public. So I'm excited to be here today.
Yeah, thanks for joining. And I'm sure that's one of many stories we're going to hear that follow a very similar theme. Ankita looks like she's having a bit of an issue joining. We had to make a last minute switch on the platform we're using. So, Ankita, if you can get in here, we'll flip back to you, but I'm going to kick it off to Braden next.
Yeah, awesome. Hey, everyone. Good morning. My name is Braden Coyer. I'm a senior front-end engineer at LogicGate. I think kind of what Brian touched on already, we're going to have a lot of similar stories, but I'm super excited to be here with these panelists. It's awesome, some of which I'm meeting for the first time. But everything after landing my first job in web dev, I used to be a mobile developer and then I transferred to web dev. I kind of owe to being vocal online, building in public. Even Aaron mentioned it, which I don't think we usually think about with building in public, which is blog posts. I do a lot of writing online, talking about things I've made. All of those things have allowed me to find new opportunities without having to find opportunities, if you know what I mean. They've kind of just come my way. So I won't spend a long time, but I'm really excited, guys. I'm looking forward to this.
Awesome. Thanks, Braden. Cecilia, you're up next.
All right. I am Cecilia Martinez, she, her. I am a lead developer advocate at OutSystems. So I've been very fortunate in that most of my tech career, I've worked and built in public because I've worked at open source companies. And so I really don't have much professional experience where I'm not building open source projects or writing about what I'm working on. And all of that has led to a really collaborative career of learning because everything I'm doing is community oriented and community driven. It also really helps when it comes to technical interviews. I have not had to do technical interviews at my last two positions because everything that I do is already out there. So if you don't like doing leak code, highly recommend building in public. So.
Yeah, that's great. I'll hijack this in a minute, but one of my first interviews had a very similar theme where I got called in for a very simple conversation. Then after about an hour, they're like, yeah, we already knew we wanted to hire you based on watching you on YouTube. We just wanted to make sure you weren't a jerk about it. Chris, you're up next.
Hey, Chris Demars, a senior developer advocate at DigitalOcean. I am in charge of a lot of the community efforts at DO and building community and trying to make a thriving community. Let's see, in my spare time, I fish and I paintball, actually on tournament levels. And building in public, I've always kind of just been out there, putting stuff out there. I just had this conversation on Twitter the other day. I built an old school, this is old school. If you remember Gulp and Grunt and those build systems, I built an old school Gulp config back in the day, and I called it Bulp, B-U-L-P, and I like made stickers. And it was just something fun that I did, and I still know to this day, like it's still being used in some systems, just because enterprise systems. So it's fun and it's cool to see stuff like that.
Awesome. Ellie, want to introduce yourself?
Hey, I'm Ellie. I met Brian also, and also a lot of you guys up on the stage because of Build in Public, pretty much, because I'm sort of new to this whole tech world. I completed 2 rounds of 100 days of code, and that was kind of my Build in Public experience for the most part. And through that, I just met so many people. I met Jason, and because of Jason, I ended up going to that conference and meeting a bunch of other people. And besides just meeting people, because I feel like meeting people is one big benefit of Build in Public. You know, you're meeting people and they work places and they can recommend you and they like you and they know you. They know you're a real person and you're not just some random stranger on the street. That is one benefit. But the other thing is that I've noticed is after I started building in public and just sharing what I'm learning about, people have like randomly reached out to me and they're like, hey, you know, my company is hiring. If you want to apply, like I'll give you a recommendation. And I might have never even spoken to this person before. They just think, I guess I'm like a trustworthy person because they follow me or they've like talked to me in comments before. So that is kind of insane. You know, somebody that you don't even know is like willing to vouch for you. And yeah, the current role that I have, I'm a technical writer. So I write about like C#, .NET stuff. And that was also because some random person commented on one of my posts and they were like, hey, check out this platform. They do C# stuff. Maybe you can learn something. And I went to the platform and I was like, oh, they're hiring technical writers. And then I applied. So like I would have only known about that because I'm sharing pretty much everything that I'm doing with the internet. So I don't know. I think Build in Public is very, very cool. Like it has opened up so many doors for me. So yep, definitely do it if you haven't.
Awesome. And then on the topic of that conference, Ryan, you're up next. I see you're wearing the That Conference hat. Very stylish.
Yeah, I am indeed. Everyone, I'm Ryan Furrer. I am a career transitioner, actually using Build in Public to help transition into the field, which is where I've met majority of, well, really everyone I know. It's been fantastic. I gotta say, I'm looking to talk and learn more from everyone that's more experienced. I feel like I'm among giants in this chat, so it's pretty exciting, and we'll get more into it.
Great. And then rounding out the conversation, Sarah.
Sarah, and for the past 3 years, I've been freelancing, and I found my freelance work from Building in Public and posting about what I've been working on. And actually, Monday I start a full-time role, which I never thought I was going to. I didn't think I was going to start a full-time role anytime soon, but I found a great company because of Building in Public. So, other in addition, I've met several of the people here speaking, and I haven't met a couple of you guys, but it's really great because we Build in Public. Now we are connected to each other. So I'm really excited to talk about this. And yes, there's lots of benefits for Building in Public and sharing your knowledge with others.
Awesome. Well, thanks everybody for being here. Ankita's in the audience right now. She's trying to, we're given some technical difficulties from some areas, so we're trying to get her back up to speak. If she can make it up, we're going to give her the chance to introduce herself as well. But everyone here is kind of involved in building things in public, right? And I see one of the things that a lot of people have mentioned here is it goes beyond just building SaaS applications, which seems to be the common theme. You go on Twitter, you see something that's got hashtag build in public. It's somebody who's trying to bump up those MRR numbers, right? Trying to get all the Ks they possibly can every single month. But what inspired everybody here to start doing this? I know personally, I first started getting involved in the build in public scene because I didn't come from a development background. I knew how to write code, but I more or less came from the IT background. And I was like, hey, I want a job. I found out about this thing called live coding. And I'm like, let's just explore it and play around with it and see what happens. So does anybody else want to share their experience and how they got started building things and sharing knowledge publicly?
I can start if that's okay.
Sure.
Raise my hand the old-fashioned way. Yeah, I mean, so I did a coding boot camp and I transitioned to tech a little over 5 years ago. My background is in journalism. I love writing, so I was a journalist before that. I also love teaching. And so every time that I would learn something new, I took a lot of notes and I like to write about it. And I found that when I would share that with the people that I was in like my boot camp with, and we were studying together, people in like the Women Who Code community, that they would get value out of that. Because, you know, if I had to learn it, chances are they had to learn it too, and notes could be helpful. And that just turned into blog posts. It turned into, hey, speak at our meetup group about what you've learned. And it kind of came very organically from a place of just wanting to teach and share knowledge. And I didn't even realize that I was doing like what I do now, which is developer relations, until somebody told me. I was working in as a technical account manager, and giving a talk about something about testing NGRX actually. And Sam Julien, he was like, "Oh, by the way, like you're doing DevRel. I don't know if you know that, but that's what you're doing. You're teaching the community. You're sharing knowledge." And so it's something that really just kind of came from a place of wanting to connect with others and help share that and spread that. And I think that can be like a really genuine place to come into it from as well.
Yeah. So go ahead, Chris.
Oh no, I was just going to say in the same vein as Cecilia, before I had like the developer advocate title in developer relations, I was still a front end developer, always be a front end developer at heart for a very long time. And in web years, I'm pretty old, but I was also doing like the unofficial developer relations, developer advocacy thing, speaking about, tooling and stuff like that and how to test certain things with various tools in the accessibility space. And I was kind of like the unofficial person at the time because I didn't have the title. It's something I always wanted to do, but I also didn't think I was, I guess you could say, good enough, and I couldn't qualify myself to be in a role like that officially until I officially made that jump. So it's kind of in the same vein as Cecilia. I was doing it without doing it, quote unquote.
Yeah, it's interesting. I have a very similar experience with my career path. I started creating content, again, because I wanted to get a job and I also wanted to give back, but I never realized that I was doing what is essentially the role of a developer advocate in just creating content and trying to teach other people how to do things and be the resource I never had. I'd love to hear from somebody else to talk, but I'm actually going to take a pause and say hello to Ankita. Thank you so much for your patience and joining us today. Why don't you give everyone an introduction of yourself, what you do, and then how building things in public has helped you in your career?
For sure. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Yes, amazing. Sorry for all the technical difficulties. So yeah, right now I'm a front-end educator, but before that I was working in tech for over a decade. What I didn't realize was in a lot of my roles, I was basically doing half DevRel and half just working as a developer and taking that feedback and working with clients and whatnot. So that's what I've been mainly doing, just working as a senior engineering leader in the past, but also as a developer. And then over the past year, I transitioned into being a front-end educator. And I would say building in public has been really helping me a lot in terms of just launching new products or validating my thoughts and ideas and whatnot too, but also just connecting with the community and meeting like-minded people. Because I know Brian, we met through a community as well, just discussing that, and also being in conferences with Cecilia and things like that in the past too. So I feel just sharing more about your journey, you never know who you're gonna meet and how it helps build a community. So you don't feel alone. And even if you succeed, that's great. But if you fail, you have those people to sort of lean on which I think is the magic of community in general, but also just like building it in public really helps you put yourself out there as well. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Circling back, Sarah, did I see that you were raising your hand?
Wanted to add in because everybody mentioned that, talking about DevRel from a different perspective. I started, I guess, building in public. I started asking questions in public about 3 years ago when I was the only like developer on at a small company, and I didn't have anybody to ask questions to. So I was learning JavaScript and learning all these new different technologies I'd never worked with before, but I didn't have anybody in my personal or professional life that was also a developer. So I decided to start posting on Twitter and following people that I thought would be good to follow for knowledge and inspiration. And then I started asking questions. And at that point, people would answer the questions with help and help me debug. And I actually found a few mentors that way just by posting that I didn't know. I didn't understand what I was trying. I didn't understand how to solve something. I tried these steps and I can't figure it out. And people would comment and say, "Hey, do you have 30 minutes to hop on a Zoom call?" And I would hop on the Zoom call and they would sit there and debug with me or explain the concept that I wasn't grasping at that moment. And so, yes, building in public is about sharing your knowledge, but it also is about, asking questions and saying what you don't know so that other people can help you as well. So I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents.
Yeah, that's great. Go ahead, Ellie. No, go to Brandon.
I have a very similar experience to Sarah. I would, post things and be like, "What is going on here? I'm so confused." And then through this process of just sharing what I'm learning about, and not even necessarily if I'm asking a question, but just through people I've met some mentors and people who have like been super willing to help me. Like, I'm so stuck on this. I don't know who to turn to. I'm too embarrassed to ask, total strangers. Cause some people are mean, and that's also another side of things. Like, if you share what you're learning about, some people are mean and they will comment like, why are you doing this? Like, this is stupid. And you're just like, okay, well, I didn't even know. I just literally learned this today. Sorry. But yeah, when you meet people you actually trust and then you go to them and you're like, I know this probably sounds like a stupid question. And then they're like, no, there's no stupid questions. Come show me your whole repo and I'll look through the whole thing and help you. It's just super awesome. So I feel you, Sarah. And also, can I answer the question? The question was like, how did we kind of get into this? Is that what you asked, Brian?
That was the original question, but yeah, we're kind of just branching out and going where it goes. So take it away.
So basically, I come from like a business education background. Like, I taught English in Taiwan, and I also studied international business. So that's sort of my background. But while I was studying, I noticed that I was really interested in like all of my technical courses, right? But I'd literally almost finished my degree. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to finish this. But what can I do that's sort of technical? Because I like that more, And I don't know how it happened, but I found Free Code Camp and I was like, this is cool. Okay. I started learning stuff. I'm like, this is really cool stuff. I felt it was just such a gratifying feeling, like making something, creating even just a web page with HTML and CSS. I just thought it was the coolest thing ever. And somehow, I guess through that, I'd never used Twitter before, but I ended up on Twitter somehow, and I saw people posting, 100 days of code. It was really, I don't know if it's still as popular right now. I feel like I don't see it as much as before, but yeah, like a little over a year ago, I joined Twitter and then I started doing 100 days of code because I saw a bunch of other people do it and it wasn't so scary. Like, I thought it'd be scary to just share what you're actually learning and you're stuck and you're confused, but actually people are super willing to help you, and it's a great way to make friends that are also on your same level and at the same place in their journeys, and you guys can help each other and introduce each other to more people. So it's just like a super big friendship connection circle that goes on. But yeah, that's basically how I got into it. Just Twitter, Free Code Camp.
Awesome. Braden, I'll hop it over to you, and then I want to circle back to something that Ellie had said.
Yeah, no problem. This thought stirred in my mind when Sarah said that her build in public journey started by asking questions. And so my kind of path to build in public started back in, I think it was 2010 or 2011, in online forums. I used to be a mobile dev, and so Twitter wasn't as big of a thing back then. So that's kind of where that took place. Come to find out years later that actually James Quick was also doing something very similar, making YouTube videos. I was making YouTube videos for a different mobile platform, and he was doing Construct. And so it's kind of cool years later to see we both kind of transitioned to web dev. But the point being that build in public doesn't have to be on Twitter. It can take many different like forms, right? It could take forums or even lunch and learns, things like that. And so I think it's really interesting to hear different people's origin and kind of how now we're all, on Twitter. But there's different ways to do it. I think it's really interesting, and I'm kind of interested to hear also if anybody else has any other unique backgrounds that kind of led them to where they are now.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for sharing. What I wanted to circle back to is something you touch on, Ellie, is people can be jerks on the internet. In fact, when I was first learning how to code, I perused Stack Overflow a lot and throw something out there like, what is a null reference exception? And they're like, it's in the description. I'm like, yeah, but I don't know what that is. And if I knew, I wouldn't be here asking you. But like, it just goes to show like, it can be scary to do this, right? To share what you know with the public, because I think a lot of developers have this preconceived notion that everybody else around them is smarter than they are. So does anybody want to talk about how they kind of overcame that fear and kind of gave themselves the, I guess, the push to just kind of start doing it? Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, no, this is a great topic to bring up. Because, I mean, the reality is it's not always rainbows and butterflies and great coffee. I guess if that makes sense. Sometimes you just have to do it, right? I mean, there's plenty of times where I've said the wrong thing or I've talked about the wrong thing because I thought that I've always done or what I knew was good, right? It might not have been like in concrete. And then I've been called out, and I'll take the feedback as best as I can and update it as best as I can, right? I mean, that's just kind of something you have to do. But I mean, it is scary. And you really have to, want to do it. But, I do everything I can for community and try to make the community better. And if what I'm doing isn't up to snuff according to somebody, then, talk to me personally and we can make changes. But you could write that the sky is blue and somebody's going to say something, right? That's just the way it is. So you just have to just keep chugging along and do the best that you can do and go from there.
Yeah, go ahead, Cecilia.
Oh, yeah. So I just wanted to kind of touch on something that Chris said too, is he mentioned like the word community a few times. And for me, that's been kind of my safe haven, is finding communities where I do feel safe to share things. I still struggle with like dealing with fear of sharing, like, getting called out. I think anybody who kind of, especially if you come from an underrepresented background, if you have imposter syndrome, or if you have like rejection sensitivity dysphoria or anything like that, that can make it really hard to put yourself out there. Early on, I found really great communities with Out in Tech. So I run the Atlanta chapter of Out in Tech, which supports the LGBTQ plus community in tech. Women Who Code, which unfortunately does not exist anymore, but the people are still there and the community is still there. And spaces like that, where I knew that I could always go there to get the support and the guidance that I needed, even if the big world out there was a little more scary and a little bit rougher. And I think kind of being able to have that support systems helps you to overcome the fear and putting yourself out there more and kind of increasing your discomfort level. So I think it's good to not, like you said, it doesn't always have to be Twitter. It doesn't always have to be jumping on Twitch like your first day. You can start with communities where you do feel safe, and then that gives you kind of the confidence to go from there.
That's great. Ellie or Ryan, one of you two pick. I see Aaron got his hand up too.
I think Aaron had his up before both of us, actually.
Oh, I might have missed that. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, last round.
Wow.
I caught you.
Awesome, thanks. Yeah, so I think, if the question is how do you get over the fear, for me, I don't. I don't get over the fear. I think it's scary every time I publish anything. I think the big realization for me was I think I have a bigger fear of ending my career and looking back and saying I wish I had tried more. Like that's the big thing that pushes me. Like I don't think it's healthy to say like you have a fear, you should just ignore it. Like that seems kind of weird. So I think you should address the fear and decide if it's worth like letting that fear control you or like make the decisions for you. And for me it wasn't. Like I looked at people sharing stuff and I was like, man, I wish I could have the same kind of like good things coming to me that they have. Like they're going to speak at conferences and making friends and all this stuff. And I'm like, well, of course they are. They're putting themselves like they're taking a risk and good things are happening. And I'm sitting here trying to preserve my ego by not sharing anything and nothing's happening for me. And like that was the turning point for me is I thought I would much rather be embarrassed in front of people that I don't even know. Who cares? I don't know these people on the internet. I would much rather be embarrassed in front of them than retire at 55 or 60 and be like, God, my career could have been a lot better if I was just a little less afraid of what other people think. And so from then it's just like, hey, I'm going to try my hardest. I'm going to screw up, but this is the better path for me. I would much rather be embarrassed than be regretful. So.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I want to highlight something that both you and I think Chris mentioned. You're never going to please everyone on the internet, right? Like there are so many people out there that come from so many different backgrounds that some of them are just going to be plain out to get you and out to just like spread their hate because it makes them feel better about themselves. So I think it's good to just ignore those voices. Okay, back to the original question. I think it was between Ellie and Ryan. Ellie's pointing, so go for it, Ryan.
Yeah, thanks, Ellie. Actually, Aaron really touched on something there, and I wanted to expand on it. Actually, Brian, I think I just said it in your Discord the other day, regarding fear and worrying about what others will think about you. One of the things that really helped me cross this hurdle was realizing that nobody cares about you and how you look as much as you do. You know, you might say, "Oh, I don't want to wear this bright top out because I'm worried about who's going to look at me." It's like no one's going to care nearly as much as you think they do, and that might sound like a negative outlook, but for me, embracing it kind of allowed me to go full force and say, "So what? I know I don't know everything. I'm not pretending to know everything. If people want to tell me otherwise, in hopefully a helpful and fruitful manner, that's great." You know, you can't please everyone in person, no less online, where there's millions of more, right? Than you know. So getting comfortable with being uncomfortable is something I've preached for years now, and it's something that's helped me. It's something that pushed me to go to that conference without really knowing everyone, and then walking out of it with I don't even know how many more friends and people I can lean on and look forward to talking to, right? So, and even this, I feel imposter syndrome being here with you all because, like I said, I feel like I'm among giants, but I'm here. And if I can do it, anyone can do it, I think.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks for sharing. Ellie, I'll let you go, and then I'm going to move on to the next topic. I have something very specific I want to touch on before we run out of time here.
I just wanted to say pretty much the same thing Ryan said. Like, it's basically just getting comfortable with being scared. And I think Linda said it in the chat. Do it scared, do it anyway, or something like that. That's literally it. It's just getting used to doing it. Like, you're gonna be scared, and it's something you have to get used to, just like anything. Like, people don't do backflips on their first try, you know. I'm not gonna go do a backflip right now and, you know, in front of this camera. Like, I would die probably, you know? So you have to practice and you have to keep doing it. It's also not just about fear. Like, you're going to get better at what you're doing over time too. So, yeah, that's basically it. And also just about the negative things that are reasonable to fear, you know, maybe negative comments, people judging you, people saying things like, oh, you know, you don't know what you're talking about, or I don't know, just negativity in general. More often than not, like, if there's one negative thing out of, you know, many supportive people that actually care about you, and then you actually like read into what the person is saying, it's like it doesn't even make any sense most of the time. Like, for example, I posted this one picture of me doing like a C# course on Codecademy on my Mac. Like, I was in an airport or something, and somebody commented like, why would you use a Mac to code in C#? Like, and they comment really quite a long comment. I'm like literally on Codecademy, you know, and also you can code C# on a Mac, you know, it's not like crazy. So, and they were really mean about it. And it's just weird. Like, people comment weird stuff, and I don't think you ever really get used to it. Like, I always feel sad if somebody comments something, you know, negative, but I don't know. You just have to keep going on. And then I think that positive comments and positive affirmation from your friends usually can outweigh that. So you need to definitely like connect with your community. Like, if you're literally just solo posting, and I do think those negative comments are going to make you want to quit eventually. Like, if you don't have a community, I think the community is like super key here, to like make you not fall into that hole of like, oh, everyone doesn't like me, you know? Anyway, that's pretty much what I wanted to say.
All right, thank you. Chris, I saw that hand come up. You want to close this topic out?
Yeah, I just want to add one small thing in that same vein, Ellie, and Cecilia knows this. Cecilia and I are good friends. I'm extremely sensitive. I take a lot of things to heart. I take a lot of things personally. But if you have that support system and you have those positive affirmations, and you know at least you touched one person and had them open their mind and learn something, you've done your job, right? And you could have had hundreds and thousands of people get value out of that. So looking at the bigger picture, that's really what you got to take here.
Awesome, thanks. So for anyone out there listening to us have this conversation, what your takeaway should be is don't be scared to do things in public, even if that means doing a backflip in front of a camera in front of hundreds of people. Oh, and by the way, out to the audience as well, if you are watching this somewhere outside of the official platform, such as Twitter or YouTube, the best way to join into the conversation, there's a little side chat going on. If you go to Twitter and search up hashtag Journeys Conference, all one word, that's going to be the best place to find it. So with that, I want to move on to another topic. So we're talking about the fear of kind of making a fool of yourself to the general public. But how about the fear of making a fool of yourself to a potential hiring manager? Ankita, I'm actually going to specifically call on you. We had a little side conversation, and you are a former engineering manager. So I would love to hear from your perspective how you feel about folks who are sharing their knowledge publicly on somewhere like Twitter, YouTube, etc.
Yeah, for sure. I think I personally encourage that for sure. And when I'm hiring or when I was hiring in the past, I always wanted to hire people who are not afraid to fail, because when they join the company, that's going to dictate the company's culture, and they are going to share their learnings and their failures, and as a happy outcome, everyone else is going to grow, and that also creates that level of psychological safety as well, because everyone's going to share their learnings, everyone's going to share their failures, and so on. So I would say whether you are in a startup or in a medium-sized company or even a corporate, I would say like the company is going to stop growing if the people stop sharing what they're learning and what they are failing at. And I would say like it's also like one of the principles of agile too, to just like fail fast and like move on and things like that too. But I would say in terms of like sharing what you're doing and what you're failing at is like really important, and that also shows your skill set and also helps build trust as well with your community and things like that. So that's something that I was always looking for whenever, like, even if you don't have, let's say you're starting out, even if you don't have, like, let's say experience yet working in a company, then what are the projects that you have picked up or worked on? And even when you picked up those projects, what did you learn? Because that's what I wanted to dig in. Because I feel like, we all know here in this conversation that tech keeps changing, and every year there's something new. Every 6 months there's a new library or whatever. But as long as you are learning and open to sharing things, I think that's what's really important when it comes from a hiring perspective. Because when I'm hiring someone, I'm not just going to hire them for that specific technology. I'm looking at that growth mindset, right? Like someone who's like willing to be open to learn and share things and things like that. So I personally really value that. And I know that a lot of leaders do as well. And just to also give you like even a senior leadership lens too, like even when I was in senior leadership meetings, we were all encouraged to share our learnings and failures with all the other leaders because as a result, the company is going to grow. If we just hide, then some of the conversations, like even like Aaron was saying in the as well, like what's the alternative? We're just going to hide all our failures, and no one's going to learn, and there's not going to be anything like happy about it, right? Like the company is not going to grow at all. So I highly encourage everyone to like share their projects, share their learnings, even if you don't have experience in a specific technology. Show how what projects you have built and the learnings you have had. Write blog posts to showcase that skill set as well, because again that helps build trust and also in a way authority with any of the people who are reading as well.
Awesome. Thank you. If anyone else wants to chime in, once again, we'll do raise hands. But I also have a message from Tessa Mira, who wasn't able to join us. So Tessa is she's head of DevRel over at AppWrite, and she asked me to share this specifically on the topic from a hiring perspective. So she said when she reviews resumes for developer advocate roles, one of the things that's often missing is a person's willingness to already be putting stuff out there in public. She commented that from her perspective, and I'll read this word from word, doing this will put you above other candidates with college degrees with more technical skills and demos content built or even more followers. So I think if somebody's not actively out there doing something already and they're trying to get into DevRel through just applying, they're doing themselves a great disservice by not actively putting themselves out there. So we've touched on the perspective from a manager's view, and the vast majority of us in here are working in the technical field in some capacity. But Ryan, you said you're looking to transition from where you're currently at into being in tech. So can you comment on like what steps perhaps you've taken as somebody who's trying to transition into tech and utilized other people who are creating things and sharing knowledge, and how it's helped you?
Yeah, for sure. So my journey started I don't know, 3, 4 years ago. I was always interested in coding of some kind, and I didn't know what. A friend of mine who was working as an AWS cloud architect at the time said, you have to start blogging. And that's what I did. I started on dev.to and just had at it. And from there, I was like, oh, wow, people are following me and regularly, reading my articles. And of course, the more consistent you post, the more people are going to return, and the algorithms like that and stuff. So that's really how I started. And I kind of was late to Twitter. I never used Twitter before really searching into tech, but I knew that's where everyone was. And so once I started there, I kind of get all the suggestions on who you should follow and blah, blah, blah. And I eventually found a really good niche of people. Actually, Brian, coming from someone in your Discord, Schwab, who introduced me to Brian and a bunch of other people. And then from Brian, it just kind of like I saw the good side of tech Twitter is what I like to call it. And from there I learned about Shashi, Braden, Jason, like Aaron, I learned about you through when you and Brian worked together. And so it was just a great place to see kindness and people helping or willing to help at least. And so that's really when I just said, okay, let's start sharing my journey. Let's start talking about it. And I've had ups and downs, just like all of us, right? We're consistent. We're not. Life happens. It is what it is. But if you keep jumping back on that bandwagon, it is immense. So what really helped me a lot was actually, well, again, I feel like my career is going to begin and end with Brian in some way, because Brian was on a podcast with Taylor Dessian, and I won that ticket to that conference. And that conference then just not only gave me fuel and motivation to go, but inspired me. And motivation is a fuel that you can run out of. But if you're inspired and diligent, you will keep going. So if you know your why and you have that inspiration, it can just take off. And that's what happened with me, I feel like, at the end of January. And then I said, okay, let's go. And I don't want to say using, but having help from friends which I consider everyone that I've met so far, really, you all are my friends. Like, having that support has been killer. So I say, if you don't like the circle of people that you are in online, find a new one. There's millions of people around. Find my Twitter, add me, talk to me. I'm down for a coffee chat, whatever it is. That's another really good way to get to know people. I think so many people that are looking to break into tech and they say, "Oh, I want someone to help me." You you shouldn't go out of your way and be like, "Hey, can you help me with this?" and strictly have that transactional experience, right? You meet people and get a genuine connection with them, and then they not only want to help you when you need help, but it sort of blossoms into this thing that you don't have to look for a mentor. You have a ton of different people that will mentor you in different ways, right? And that's really what I would say is make those genuine connections, connect with people like people, because that's what we are, and fruitful things will come from that. Do I have a job yet? No. I'm not going to blame that on anyone but me and the job market. Let's talk about. But it's not your friend's or mentor's job to get you a job. It's yours. But building in public is a huge tool that you can use to help you get there. And hopefully I'll be there at the end of this year.
Yeah, I think the network of people who are willing to help is just as important as the knowledge and the willingness to share too, because at the end of the day, like you said, it's all people behind the code that the people that are behind the keyboards are the ones that are the important things we should be thinking about, in my opinion. Aaron, I caught your hand up this time, so go for it, man.
You got me. Yeah, my story is not so different from Ryan's, except I'm many years ahead. I got my degree in accounting. So, like, I was a CPA before I was in tech. I worked at Ernst & Young doing people's taxes, and just spoiler alert, that's not very much fun. But the first tech job I got was because somebody found my blog where I had been writing about the things that I was learning. And they were like, "Hey, we're having this problem. Can you come work with us?" And that was my first real tech job, like my first programming job. And ever since then, basically every single job I've gotten is because somebody saw something that I had done. And like the stuff I was writing about back then was very basic. Like I had just learned something, and so I wrote it down and put it on my not fancy site. And that's all I did, and I just kept doing that. And eventually someone found it. And I think the lesson there is you got to be doing something, right? So, whether you're learning to code or like building a side project or whatever, everything that you're doing, you have to kind of look through a lens of what can I say about this? How can I be public about this? What can I write about this? And I think writing and putting it out there will bring good opportunities to you. It might not be jobs always, but it can be. I mean, it has been for me. And so breaking into tech, I had to do the same thing. I was an accountant, and I didn't have a CS degree, still don't. But putting myself out there. What?
I'm a former musician, so it's the same way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so I think just putting yourself out there allows people to see the work you can do and de-risks you as a candidate for the job.
Yeah, that's great. Go ahead, Sarah.
Wanted to mention too, because we're talking about building in public and talking about how we blog or we are always on social media and everything, and yes, that's great, and being consistent is great, but especially if you have never done it before, it can be overwhelming. And so I just want to throw out there that it's okay to take breaks or start out really slow and build up from there. For example, I've been on I started streaming a couple of months ago, and I took a couple of week break to spend time with family. And now when I start back again, I'm going to be way more refreshed. And it is consistent. Somebody who does it every day, no, but I can over time. But I know personally, like when I do try to continually be out in the public and social media and building in public, I get really overwhelmed, and I ultimately shut down, and I get burnout really, really quickly. So for me, I have to learn how to balance, and I just want to make sure that people who are thinking about starting to build in public don't think that you have to do it 24/7. The network that you build comes over time. The friendships you build come over time. The things that you put out there and the knowledge that you put out there all take time to learn and to create. So taking breaks and not thinking about that 24/7 is really important, especially if you want to be as consistent as possible for yourself.
Yeah, I think that's huge. I am a serial burner outer myself, so learning to like know the signs when they're coming is just a skill that comes with time. And if you feel that you are pushing too hard on the gas, just take a break. Sometimes for me it's a day, sometimes it's a week, sometimes I will take a whole month off just from building and putting things out there and creating videos and writing blog articles and whatnot, just to kind of like I like how Linda says in the chat, and in the chat, you got to take care of your brain and your heart, and that's so very true, because especially if you don't do this on a daily basis, like for a company, a lot of it is all done in your spare time anyway, and rest is important too. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. So, well, the main portion of the conference starts in about 10 minutes, and I want to give everyone an opportunity to tell the audience where they can find you, follow you, check out your content, check out what you're building, just tell people what you're building. We're going to go in alphabetical order again, just to make it fair. So, Aaron, I'm going to start with you.
God, it's good to be Aaron. It always has been, ever since I was a kid. I get to go first. I know, it's awesome. Yeah, thanks for having me. You can find me on Twitter at Aaron D. Francis. I spend all of my time there. So you can find me over there, and from there you'll find links to other things. But yeah, Twitter's probably where I hang out the most.
All right. And Ankita, you want to go ahead and tell everyone where they can find you?
Yeah, I would also say Twitter as well. So my handle is Kulkarni9. I'm trying to get rid of that 9 for a while. But yes, that's me. But also I have a YouTube channel as well where I'm trying to put out content every week to help devs level up. So yeah, you can check me out at Kulkarni Ankita there as well.
All right. Braden?
Awesome. Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Braden Coyer. And then I blog and maintain my own site at bradencoyer.dev. Every year I completely revamp the website from scratch, just learn new tech and stuff like that. And I think I'll be doing that on Twitch this year, the whole thing. So that'll be fun. So if you want to join along, you can. And then for all those in chat also that are looking to start to build in public, be sure to tag me on Twitter on what you start building. I'd love to take a look and help support.
Awesome. Cecilia?
Yeah, so I'm Cecilia Creates on everything: Twitter, GitHub, Twitch, YouTube, every dev.to, and pretty much any platform you can find me at Cecilia Creates. I'll also drop my Twitter in the chat as well in case you'd like to follow me. So.
Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, you can catch me on Twitter at Salt and Burnham. If you're a Supernatural fan, you'll understand the reference to Salt and Burnham. If you're going to be at KCDC in June, I'll be there all week doing talks and workshops and stuff like that. So if you want to talk in real life and be my friend, I'm there. I'm an open book, and I love everybody.
Awesome. Thanks. Ellie?
Hey, I'm Ellie. I'm Ellie Zub, Ellie Zub on pretty much everywhere. So Twitter, and I took a break from streaming on Twitch, but I'm gonna get back into that. So if you want to follow me on Twitch, yeah, and I am into C#.net, and I'm learning Unity. I work as a technical writer, but that's sort of like part-time, so I'm still open to, job opportunities if you want to reach out and talk. Also, if you want to be friends, I'm pretty friendly, I've heard. And I would love to have a coffee chat with you and just chat. And especially if you like cats, I will put you at the top of the list. So if you send me a picture of your cat as proof, I will definitely bump you up on that list, and we should definitely chat. I'll put my Twitter in the chat. So talk to me. Show me your cats.
Awesome. Ryan?
Yeah, thanks everyone for coming through today. It's just the start of something great. You can find me everywhere: X, GitHub, X/Twitter, I should say. Ryan DOT Furrer, because Ryan.Furrer apparently is taken already. LinkedIn is without the DOT. But I will post my bio as well, and feel free to reach out. I'm available for coffee chats via my calendar at cal.com as well. And yeah, thanks for tuning in.
All right. And then Sarah?
Great. As everybody else said, you can find me everywhere, one name, and it's Shook Codes. So X, GitHub, LinkedIn, I'm Sarah Shook, but that's because you use your name in that. And Twitch as well. So I'd love to follow and connect with new people. So please give me a follow and reach out to me. And thanks so much for having me. And this was a great conversation.
Awesome. Thank you everyone for joining to talk about this big topic today. Really hoping it helps a lot of people who might be kind of on the fence on whether or not they want to start sharing things more online. I'll round the find me on Twitter theme out by saying you can find me on Twitter at BrianMMDev. Once again, thanks to Clerk First for sponsoring the event. Feel free to DM me, whether it's about building in public or about Clerk, or if you just want to get together and have a coffee chat, I also do that as well. The at Brian M. Dove on Twitter is the best place to follow me. And last I checked before this call, we were at about 75% to the goal of $10,000 to send over to the Ashley family. So if you can, if you have it in your budget, donate and give to them. And yeah, enjoy the rest of the sessions throughout the day today and tomorrow. It's going to be such a good time. Looking forward to seeing everybody in the chat. And with that, I think we can wrap this thing up. Thanks again, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Fred Armisen, and I just wanted to say hi and thanks so much for joining us for our Journeys Conference presented by Tech Commute and sponsored by Clerk. We're here to support Leah and Jacob as a community. Thank you.
So I'm on. I'm hot. Do we have a confirmation from the people that all the tech in place is working? All right. Well, welcome. It's these things are always a little weird where I don't get to see you, but you can see me, and I don't get to see how you react to all of my great jokes. But first, welcome to Journeys. Uh, let's start with giving, I would say, a round of applause. I don't know, a thumbs up to Jason and Nate and everybody who've put this together. It's not an easy thing to try to coordinate something with so many people. Most of you work in tech, I'm assuming, or have slim code in some way, which means you know that our first problem is when we add an additional item to the array and we get to loop over it. And then we need a regular expression, and then everything kind of goes to shit. And we go to AI. So just, huge thank you to Jason and Nate and everybody for putting this together. And we're all here for a good cause, Jacob and Leah, and the journey that they're going on now as somebody who's experienced cancer multiple times in the family and other things. It's not an easy thing to hear when you get that phone call and what seems like a path, or to stay on theme here, a journey is going a certain way and kind of gets ripped out from under you. So I take that, let's just create a little space, for them, for us, get present in the moment. And I want to start by asking you, for your own journey in life, if you were to just kind of wave a wand, or I don't know, say you were on your snowboard and caught the front edge and ended up needing 10 months of PT and surgeries and all that kind of stuff. Or, you won the lotto and had all the money you want. Are you doing the thing that you really want to do? And I really want you to sit there for a moment and think about it. Maybe at the end of all this, you take some time and reflect and say, am I really designing the life that I want to live? Am I living it intentionally? Is my health in check? Is my love life in check? Is myself in check? Is my career in check? Am I working towards a goal that is something that I feel good about? And it's easy to just kind of make a whippet answer and say, yeah, I'm good. Like, I'm doing that. And every time something big happens, we're often forced with kind of looking and saying, how the hell did I get here? Or what did I do that made this happen? And then you can get kind of stuck in a negative loop. So just take a moment and think, if there were no constraints, am I doing exactly what I want to be doing? I can tell you, for me, the answer is no. But the answer 5 years ago was a different answer. And 5 years before that, it was also a different answer. I've been in tech now for 25 years. I don't know, I stopped counting. And what I wanted to do, what I thought I wanted to do, where I was in my own life has changed based upon the context of who I was, where I was. Right? I have older kids now, older being teenagers. So the things that we can do are different than they were, say, when they were 3 or 4. I used to do things like security. I don't really like it, so I got out of it, and I'm doing something different. I used to do a lot of API architecture and design. Got into front end stuff. Did Microsoft .NET stuff back in the day. Now I do a lot of open source. And I think when I started the whole kind of career, I thought, well, you would just kind of do this thing and it goes kind of up and to the right. And the reality is it kind of meanders all over. And you need to put yourself in check and make sure if you're on course. So if you want to picture a sailboat and you're going from one island to the next, the sailboat doesn't go straight. It kind of moves with the waves. It bounces back and forth. But in generalities, we're trying to keep it kind of in a plane because we know that on the other end is the destination that we want to get to. And so, again, in the spirit of journeys and why we're here, you're here to learn. There's, 100 folks here. Just think about the tens of thousands who didn't step out. And so I applaud you for taking a step and learning. I would ask for you to use this time and meet new people, interact with folks, use it as a networking experience. Use this as an introduction to me, to my community, to our things that we do. But, don't, be present and do it. I've been reading this book called The Gap or The Gain. And it's this notion that you're either living in one or the other. You're either living kind of in the gap or you're living in the gain. And when I think about journeys, when I think about my career, where I think about where I am today, in all of those buckets, health, wealth, career, there's these moments where it can be very easy to fall into the gap. And the gap being, am I measuring myself against an ideal that maybe I've put in my head? I often think about the quote that I'll butcher of, you're shooting for the goalposts, but the field keeps moving, the goalposts keep moving because you get a little closer, and then the idea gets bigger or it gets refactored, and it's almost unachievable. And so, often I can just look at that conference and the things that we've done, and every year the goal gets bigger, and yet it's in my head, in my mind, we've never obtained it. I don't even know what obtaining it would look like. And yet we keep going. And that's living in the gap. But if I look back and I think about where we've come from, it's amazing. It's amazing the things that we've done. Over time, we've had 3 different versions of a website. We started from at nothing, go buy domain name, to now a brand that people want to wear the t-shirt. We're in 2 different cities. We've had tens of thousands of people come. We've impacted the community by millions of dollars. We've gotten people new jobs. We've gotten interns. We've hired interns. What we've built and what that journey has become things that are, the lifeline for companies and people to get jobs. But I can very easily look at the gap and say, wow, I haven't achieved what we wanted to achieve. And I just want that to be this reminder that in everything we do, we have to take a checkpoint and ask, are we, one, doing what we want to do? And are we, two, kind of, are we looking at the gains? Do we feel good about what we've done? Because today it's easy. It's easy to get online and go, I want to be this or I want to be that. And, you know, that's, I guess, human nature to some regard. But that doesn't mean that what we do and who we are can't evolve, can't change, can't just grow, but it does take intentionality. Again, Jacob and Leah, they're going through a journey that will be unique to them. And I say that in part that I heard this story during COVID, like we're all in the same storm, but in different boats. And it really stuck out for me because my journey through COVID was a little bit different than, say, your journey. We were all in it together. My heart pours out for them. I wish them the best. I hope that you'll find time, if you have the means, to donate. If you don't, even just an attaboy here and there may be the difference for somebody's day. And it doesn't just mean for them, but for anybody, right? Your own personal interactions with the folks that you deal with, check in from time to time. Hopefully people check in time to time with you. Because as we work from home and we're doing this, like this feels so impersonal, right? I'm looking at this little, I don't know, 15 millimeter lens. I don't get to see any faces. I don't get to move around the stage. I'm missing that human connection. And when we sit and we look at a screen all day and we're banging out numbers and letters and we're trying to make, clouds do things, we often forget that we still need one another. We're humans at the end of the day. We're social creatures, and we got to find a tribe. So design your life. I did a keynote recently. It was kind of an unplanned keynote. I talked a little bit in reverse, if you will, of some of my, things that have become aha moments, if you will. They somewhat centered around big times in one's life, like I got in a snowboard accident, which completely disrupted everything. Mother-in-law got breast cancer. We went through cancer. Just different things that put you in check. And you realize that we're all just human. And as somebody who's been behind a keyboard banging away for 25 years, those hours add up. I would very much encourage you, regardless of your age, to take care of one's health, because it is the only thing that we have. I was reminded of that almost a year ago, where I almost had a stroke at our conference. I'm 48 years old. I got no business doing that. That's not a thing that I want. That's not a thing that anybody wants. But what were all the little choices that kind of led to it? Not enough sleep, not exercising, working too much. And I'm immediately brought back to, am I doing what I wanted? Am I doing exactly what I want to be doing? And right now, the answer is no, not totally. There are definitely aspects that I do enjoy, and there are aspects that I completely don't enjoy. So take care of your health. I very much encourage you to make that an active investment. You will not only perform better, you'll have more mental cognition. You'll be better, I'll say, on the field, as somebody who loves soccer. But it takes work, and it's going to be hard. But if you ain't around, then that's not good either. And if you can't perform great, then you're just going to end up back in the gap, measuring yourself against the gap. So let's talk, coming up on time here a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about how to take advantage. Like, where do you go from here? So, a ton of great speakers, some dear friends of mine, some I have never met. And I had the whole thing up here and now it's gone. So that did not work out well. Here they are. Amazing folks. I've had a wonderful conversation with Graham, where we talked about entrepreneurial stuff and living in 2 different countries and all kinds of crazy stuff. I think he's talking right after me. Tejas, an amazing human, one of the kindest, most well-traveled people that I have met. His experiences go wide and deep, and I'm not going to go through everybody. So I apologize for who I don't call out. Sashi, a designer down in Texas, works for Microsoft. Again, an amazing human. I think Brian was just on before me for a roundtable. Becca, dear friend of mine. Again, another one of the most caring individuals that I think I've ever met. I see other names, YK, Francisco, Shande. You have a lineup of people who are practitioners in this industry who are taking time to share. And I see Graham. And use that as an opportunity, right, to meet those who are around them, right? That kind of sphere of influence, that that law of attraction. It's great when you can surround yourself by greatness, because it will propel you up and lift you up as well. So how do you network with those individuals? I know there's a chat here. Certainly introduce yourself, say hi, ask questions. As weird as it could be to be interactive, I don't know, ask me a question. I don't even know how I would see it, but ask a question. Somebody out there will see it. Graham will follow up with it. Follow individuals on Twitter, on LinkedIn, learn about what they're doing. More importantly, learn about how you could connect somebody. Like, where are you a connector in the ecosystem, if you will, in the network of things? How can you contribute in a way that is credible and authentic, right? How can you take the context of who you are and your experiences and where you work and bring those to others? Because we live in a world now where there's a ton of information online, there's a ton of content, there's a ton of people, but what makes us each unique is the experiences that we bring to the table and how we solve them and why we solve them the way we did. Because for the most part, we are all in the same storm and in different boats. So while I work in a certain technology and thousands of other people do too, we've also made certain decisions for business reasons, for time reasons, for whatever, that some work well and some don't. So I encourage you to just think about that. I know it can be hard to kind of put yourself out there and say, I don't really have anything to give. But the reality is we all have something to give, whether we're a speaker, an organizer, whatever, a maintainer on a project, sometimes leaving a comment that just says, this was great and it helped me a lot, can make somebody's day. Jason, do we have questions? Or I can. Yeah. Not sure what to do with my hands. That's awesome. So just in case people can't hear Jason, he asked, what challenges might I have or have I had in making kind of transitional changes? Whether it's a health incident or job change or something like that, which is a great question. Um, I think um, I think the biggest challenge is putting myself in check. Um, am I doing what I expected to be doing? Um, how did I not letting myself feel like it was done to me versus it just happened. Um, the snowboarding accident was an unfortunate incident. So, what did I learn from it? How am I going to recover from it? Job changes, corporate culture things, whatnot. Again, you can either look at them as things that are um, unfortunate circumstances. You get negative about them, or you can go, okay, what can I learn from that, and how can I take things away from that too? And that's there's no one size fits all, right? I'm currently in um, working with a therapist. I work with a coach. I've reached a point in life where I recognize that um, I I can propel faster. I can fix faster if I build a team of people around me who have my best interests at mine, who specialize in a certain area. So just like we do with our code and our projects, we all have different skill sets. We build a certain thing, we measure our bugs, we measure this. I've tried to employ a bit of that tactic for me in my life and the things that are around it. So whether that's getting my blood drawn to did I work on the task that I really wanted to work on today? And that's intentionality, and it's hard and it takes effort. Um, but the net yield I hope is a better one. So I'm coming up on time, Jason. I want to. Do I need to give you some transition time here? Okay. Okay. So I've got them in my ear and I got you at my face. And again, I want to welcome you to Journeys. I want to thank you for taking the time out of your day to be part of this. I hope that, you know, my little bit of words have at least inspired you to uh, take a step back, check yourself, um, try to build your network, meet the people who are around you, use this as a networking opportunity, use it as a learning opportunity. Um, use this as the add a boy, add a girl that says, hey, we're all doing all right. We all need work. And you took the step and most don't. So before I exit, I want to say thank you to all of the speakers who are taking time out of their day from across the globe, because not everybody lives in the central time zone like I do, which is clearly the best time zone. Thank all the speakers. So give them a thumbs up, go give them a follow on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. I don't know. Do we still Facebook? I don't know. I want to thank Jason and Nate for putting this together. It's not an easy thing. As somebody who organizes events, they have learned very quickly that when you have more than one speaker in the array and lots of tech in between, it's not easy. I'm internally feeling very validated by your frustrations, but you're doing a great job. So don't sweat it. Everybody understands. And lastly, for the reason that we're here, Jacob and Leah, all the good vibes in this journey that you're going through. If you have an opportunity to donate or just need to send an attaboy, attagirl, please do that. Keep them in your thoughts and have a kick-ass day. Enjoy it. Thank you.
I don't see visible. Wonderful. Right, hopefully I'm with everybody. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, that we thought we were going to have that awkward moment, when they go to the newscaster and there's like a long delay and they're just sat there with the microphone. I thought that was going to happen, but I think we're good. So, first things first, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, all of you beautiful people and fellow accessibility monsters. I am excited to be here, or at least I was, until I saw that amazing and heartwarming presentation from Clark. And now I'm feeling a little bit like, what do I say? Because we all know I've got a cold, dark heart. So I can't tug at your heartstrings. So I'll just waffle on about my life story and how it led me to being a developer. And hopefully there'll be something interesting in there. So what I would say is we'll probably touch on things like business and all sorts of other stuff. If you have questions, please drop them in the chat. I would love to share some knowledge rather than my life story, because my life story is not very entertaining, really. So it was a cold September night, and my mother was in. No, I'm not started that far back. I'm joking. No, I think since I were talking about tech, I think we'll start at school. When I was about 14 years old was the first time I got interested in computers, because I found a fantastic little program that you could put on the network and it would communicate with other computers in the IT department. And this fantastic program opened this thing that you probably won't know what it is, half of you, because you're too young, but it's called a CD tray. You used to put CDs in computers. That's how you got software on there. And so you could have a lot of fun, because it would open the CD tray and it would say, would you like a coffee on the screen? So that was my first time going, okay, computers are fun. Computers are interesting. I like this. So when I did my work experience, I went and attempted to build a website. Back then, it was a lot more difficult, because you had to use these paper things, the books they were called. And so you had to try and read a book to learn how to do it instead of watching a video. Did all right at that. It kind of worked. I would imagine nowadays, if I looked back at the code I'd written, it would be shocking, especially with my accessibility hat on. I'm pretty sure I would have been upset with myself looking back at what I built. But it worked. It worked. It was for a chartered surveyors, and they were trying to show the properties that they had on. And this was cutting edge at the time. Nowadays, it's very simple stuff, but back then it was hard. And then from there, went off to uni, did nothing to do with computers. I did economics. So couldn't be further removed from computers if you tried. And then when I left uni, I logically opened an estate agency, as you do. And yet again, for those of you who are a little younger, this will not land straight away. But I opened it in 2008. So that'll give you an idea of how old I am. And to catch you up on why that was terrible, we had a massive financial crisis back then. And so, lost a lot of money and was a very stressful time. But that was my first taste of business. And the reason that's interesting to the story of tech is, while I was running that business, there was a browser extension called PropertyBee, and it went on our website in the UK called Rightmove, which is where nearly all the properties are sold, and it would gather the pricing history. And I realized as an estate agent, oh, this could be useful, because if I know that a house has had a couple of price drops, that person really wants to sell and is probably annoyed with their current estate agent, I can go steal them. So I whipped out Excel and wrote my first ever code as an Excel macro. It was several nested loops. Everything's a var, but that wasn't my fault. That's what it was like back then. It was a hot mess, but it worked. It let me pick out all of the properties in my area that were worth going after, and then we'd send staff down the street to go and flyer the houses, and it was as successful as it could have been at that current time. Even though we didn't manage to keep the doors open, I lasted a lot longer than most of the other franchises, because it was a franchise. So it was good. And that was probably what really sparked my interest in software, because I realized you can do some quite powerful things with computers. And yet again, that might sound stupid to you, but yet again, internet was fairly young at that point, and it wasn't exactly everywhere, so nobody really, well, we knew what it was going to become, and it was still used, but nowhere near like it is today. So yeah, obviously I'd lost a lot of money. I was unemployed, and I kind of needed something to pay the bills. And so I was like, well, this software, like, I enjoyed it. Can't be that hard. Yeah. I did think that to myself. I did. I thought it can't be that hard. I know now that that was a stupid statement and I regret it, but such is life, So I decided that I was going to become a software engineer, self-taught, at a time when being self-taught was difficult because, like I said, paper books. And I learned a wonderful language called VB.NET. That was my first real programming language. And the first software I built was basically it was a farmer, and they wanted to track all of the produce they were producing. And so I built them a system that could run on a tablet in WinForms. Ugly as sin, but it worked. That let them input what they were gathering in each of their greenhouses and everything. And they are still using that today, which I'm really proud of, because the code was garbage. But the thing is this: if it works, ship it. And I think that's something that perhaps has stuck with me for a long time. It's still working today, even though it is multiple if statements. I didn't know what switch statements were. I honestly didn't understand how databases work, but I managed to build the damn thing and ship it from there. I have noticed there is a question. I've literally just answered it, though. Yeah, it was, well, technically my first programming language was VBA. But yeah, VB.NET was my first real language, which I think will surprise most people, because I don't talk about .NET stuff, and I always pretend like I don't like it. But as most of you will probably know, VB.NET was the wrong one to choose. I had a choice between C# and VB.NET, and because I'd learned VBA, I thought, well, that makes sense. They can't be that different. And lo and behold, C# is still a powerhouse to this day, and VB.NET, I think there's a few legacy systems on it, but nobody really uses it anymore. So I picked the wrong language. Hey ho. And then from there, it grew and grew. So I started out as Windows-based software, but quickly realized that web was the way to go. But I shifted over to doing websites rather than web-based software. And so we were building basic, like, WordPress sites. That's how you start out, something simple. Got a few decent clients on, and then they started asking about, can you help us with this problem? Can you help us with that problem? And the software side of the business slowly started growing. And so we ended up being split a bit between websites and software. And at that point, there was me and one other person. So we could handle small clients and get stuff done. And it was tough, because starting a business, especially as we bootstrapped the thing, we didn't have marketing budget, so I was out networking all the time. Whenever we got a client in, it was paying the bills, so we couldn't save up any budget to expand. We struggled on for a good 2 years before things started to come good. And then during that time, I started realizing more and more that there was a little niche that nobody had looked at. And so a thing that probably most of you don't know, because I don't talk about it a lot, but talk about it a lot, words are hard, is that I was actually the business's main source of income, and our main thing that we did was performance optimization. And if you skulk around Stack Overflow and look on any of the Page Speed Insight pages or anything around that, Google Page Speed Insights, Lighthouse, etc., you'll see my face pop up, because it was the thing that we specialized in, which is ironic, because I was the person who went into businesses, and because it was e-commerce, it was all about first load times and speed there. I was the one who went in and ripped out things like React rather than put it in. So I'm like the anti-dev in that respect. I went in and took all of your super heavy code that you've written that would be great for software, and I got rid of it because it's useless for landing pages. And it was an interesting job. We got to work with some big box retailers in the UK, got to work with their dev teams and obviously explain how things work. This is way before we had Core Web Vitals. This was literally just down to largest contentful paint was actually still a measure then. We were using something called speed index, which was worked out how fast certain things come on the page, very similar to largest contentful paint. And we were also looking at things like time to first byte and stuff like that. But it was predominantly front-end corrections. And then it went on for a few years. We grew to 6 or 7 devs by that point. We were doing quite well. And then I fell down a flight of stairs. Nothing major. It was quite a minor accident. I hurt my wrist. But during that, I was looking for ways to, use the keyboard one-handed. And how do I do Control-Alt-Delete with one hand and things like that? And I discovered sticky keys, which most people probably have heard of or used at some point if they have a Windows machine, but I'd never used them or heard of them. And I thought, oh, these are interesting, and there's to do with this thing called accessibility. Never heard of that. No one had ever talked about that in any of the books that I read or any of the online videos that I was then watching, because that was becoming a thing. This accessibility thing is a strange thing. What's that? So I started reading around it, and that is how I got to be where I am today, which is I am an accessibility expert. I still do some of the performance stuff, but that is my main bag. And what we did was we shifted the business to doing the performance optimization for people as our easy way to sell in, because it's easy to say, hey, if we knock a second off the load time of your site, we're going to increase your conversion rates by 7 to 10%. That's an easy sell. And then once we'd got someone in the door, we immediately pivoted over and said, hey, accessibility is really important. Do you know that? There are 1 in 6 people have a disability. And lo and behold, we managed to pretty much 50-50 the business at that point. The performance stuff bringing the people in, and the accessibility stuff being the upsell. So that's effectively my story into tech. But I want to sort of share a few things that happened along the way. And I'm hoping some of you are going to ask some damn questions, because I'm looking and it's all very quiet over here. And you're going to get very bored if you have to listen to me talk for the next 45 minutes. Yes, that's how long you're meant to have me for. So ask away. But I'll talk to you about the accessibility stuff, because that is my passion. It is the thing that I love doing. I want to tell you why I fell into that, quite literally, but why I actually, continued with that, and why it became the core part of everything I do in software development and web development. And it was, for a lot of people, they're in accessibility because of the morals, the good stuff that you can do in the world. And I love that aspect of it. But the problem with morals, good intentions and everything is they go out the window the second things get tough, because you end up becoming selfish. So I needed something a bit stronger to grab hold of, because I knew what business was like. It was up and down, and I wanted to stay focused on this thing. So I started looking at the technical aspects of accessibility. And it's a fascinating field. And if you've not been, we've got people here from boot camp right down to senior dev. And I guarantee that accessibility, if it's even been mentioned at all, has hardly been covered. And it's this weird thing that there are a billion people in the world, billion people who need you to code your websites correctly and in a certain way in order to use your website well. And yet we completely ignore it, and we don't talk about it, and it just gets brushed under the carpet. So the bit that got me really into it was, okay, there's a business need for this, even though the businesses don't realize there's a need. So there's a good business case for it. The second part is, like I said, it's super interesting, because it's not like a lot of subjects that are very deep and you really have to learn something very deeply. Accessibility is more like a very wide, shallow subject. You need to know 100 little things, and you need to be able to hold a few of them in your head at the same time and piece them together to know how to assess whether a component is right, or even work out how to build a component in a way that is navigable by a keyboard, has good color contrast, announces correctly to a screen reader, etc., etc. The other thing that I found really interesting is, the more you read into this subject, is the types of assistive devices that are out there are incredible. There are people who navigate the web with a single button. Normally people who are, say, quadriplegic, and so they will hit the button with their head, and they can navigate through the web using a single button via a scanning technique, when you start looking this stuff up and realizing what's out there and what has been built, it's amazing. And I notice I've got a question from Upber again. Thank you, Upber, for being my savior and actually asking some questions. The question is, can you discuss your familiarity with WCAG, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, and how you apply them in your work? Lovely question, Upber. I think I need to slip you a few quid after this for that one, because that's what I could talk about forever. So WCAG is the guidelines on how to make your website or application or PDFs, etc., accessible. By which I mean people with varying disabilities and requirements and needs from the site that you have built in order to be able to enjoy it. They are all covered. I say all covered. They are covered in majority by the 88 guidelines of WCAG. And the interesting thing is, recently, in the last few months, I now sit with a load of talented individuals who write the guidance. So we're currently on WCAG 2.2. That's our current version. But it's basically being flattened, and we're starting again with a whole new way of assessing websites that should hopefully be easier to understand. We're building WCAG 3. It was called Project Silver initially, I believe. And so it's super interesting being right at the forefront of things that we're looking at, and to give you an insight that I can probably share, because there's some things I can and can't talk about. We've spent the last 6 weeks discussing alt tags. And if you don't know what an alt tag is, it's actually an alt attribute. I shouldn't say alt tag, I do that all the time. It's to describe an image on a page in the context of the page. So whenever you have an image there, you add an alt attribute to it that will describe the image. And that means that if someone is blind, for example, that text can be used by their screen reader, which is a piece of software that reads the code on the page and turns it into speech and understandable patterns. And they can appreciate the image. It's also great for the fact that in some countries, access to data and the web is very expensive. And we don't realize this a lot of the time because we're all quite blessed with cheap internet and good connections as devs. And so they switch images off. And so if you've got your alt attribute filled in, that means that they can also get a feel for what that image is and make the decision whether they want to download it or not, if they think it's useful or applicable. And the final thing is, it's good for SEO. But please, 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 SEO is a secondary aspect. It is there to help people who need it, people who can't see the image, or people who have images switched off, etc. So yeah, that's a little bit about WCAG, but I can go on and on and on about that. And obviously, there's meant to be a talk about me, but I'm more than happy to talk about WCAG because, as I said, I am boring. You don't want to talk about me because the stories that I have that are good are not really safe for this kind of event, I'm afraid. But you can always ask me in DMs about those. Those are the interesting, funny stories. Another question, is that from Axel, I believe? Yep. You'll like this. How I've just read the you'll like this. Thanks for the update on that one. That's not part of the question. How do you think AI will change Oh, good question. Yes, you are right. I like it. Will change accessibility, or in other words, what positive effects do you see AI in the field of accessibility? Great question. So, you want me to go on the positives? Do you know me, Axel? You want me to go on the nice side? You want me to go on why I think AI is good? Okay, let's go for it. I honestly believe AI is going to massively improve accessibility, provided us as devs can do some basics that at the moment we don't get right. First thing is going to be, I mentioned alt tags and alt attributes and alt descriptions. They are not tags, they are attributes. So I mentioned alt attributes. I believe that within the next 2 or 3 years, we'll get to the stage where AI can do a very good job of describing images. The problem we have at the moment is a lot of people have built tools. In fact, Adichie has built one from AppRide that I enjoy playing with that will describe an image. The issue is that when you describe an image, the important aspect of it is the context of where it is. So you don't just want to know what is in the image. You want to know what are the key important parts in an image. And if you want a really good way of knowing how to write good alt text on an alt attribute, just imagine you were reading the article to a friend over the phone. And then when you get to the image, describe all the important parts that they need that are part of the article or story that you're reading. If you do that, you will write better alt text than 99% of people. It's the simplest thing in the world, very effective. But going back to the story of how I think AI is going to change things, I think that once someone works out a good way of being able to take the context of the page and teach an AI system which bits are relevant, how to keep the alt text short, I think that will do massive improvements. I also think it's going to bring in a level of stuff that doesn't exist yet, which is, as a user, I'll be able to describe what level of detail I want on that image. So it might default to a very short description, but then I'll go, oh, that sounds interesting. Give me more information. And it means it levels the playing field. It means that people who are, vision impaired or blind, they can ask for more information about an image, and they can vividly picture it, and they can enjoy that piece of art or whatever it may be the same as everybody else. So I find that's going to be interesting. I think that's my positive, and it's a lot of things around vision are very positive. The negative, I'm going to also have to bring up. I'm sorry, I know you said the positives, Axel, but got to give you some of the negatives here. The problem is we have AI website generators that are being created. And this isn't attacking any of them in particular or anything like that, but AI is great at averaging. AI is great at taking a load of information in, and it's good at bringing something average of that information out. And so the answer is to feed it better content, feed it better information. We currently have 98% plus of websites have accessibility errors that we can detect automatically. And then you have to bear in mind that we can only detect 40 to 45% of all errors with automatic tooling. So when you start to put those numbers together, you go, okay, so 100% of websites effectively have accessibility errors on them. If we're training AI on that, yeah, we have a problem. Because the AI is going to learn the bad habits that we have all picked up as developers. And so garbage in, garbage out. So I feel like accessibility, ironically, is going to get worse, even though at least more people are thinking about it and talking about it now. We may have a long way to go, but at least we are slightly improving. But I think AI is just going to throw that way back into the Stone Age, where everything's a div. And people are using, divs as buttons and stuff like that. But that's a whole other rant about buttons versus anchors versus divs. So I hope that answers some of that, Axel. By all means, if you want more, just fire away. I could waffle on about that for the rest of the session. Next one, Eddie. Oh, that Eddie. I like this, Eddie. I probably shouldn't have said that, but I love that. That Eddie, and in brackets. Graham, how can people contribute to open source with a focus on accessibility? Is anybody else shocked that Eddie would ask a question about open source software? I don't think I've ever heard him talk about it. Have you? Yeah, great question, Eddie. The easiest way that you can contribute is to go to a live version of a site and run one of the automated accessibility checker tools. There's a great one for you all to download. I don't think I can type in chat anywhere, but it's called Accessibility Insights. It's from, of all companies, Microsoft. Yes, I know, Microsoft did something good. And it will allow you to run automated checks on the site, but also, as well as spitting out a load of errors there, it will guide you through some of the manual checks you have to do because we can't automate them yet, and it will help you learn how to do that. So run the checker, and then, because I don't want you to flood open source projects with loads and loads of stuff, keep a note of them all somewhere, copy paste them into a spreadsheet or into a Word document or whatever, and then it gives you a severity level. And before you raise an issue, go and just read up a little bit on what that issue is and why it matters, so that when you raise your issue, you can say, hey, you have this problem. This is how many people it affects, which is very easy data to normally find. This is what you need to do to fix it. It might not be the actual solution, but these are the things to consider. And if you're feeling really brave, that document that I mentioned, the WCAG, Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or WCAG or WCAG, depending on how people say it, there will be relevant points within that document that you can state. They're called success criterion, and you can try and reference those. The thing I'll say is, as a beginner coming into accessibility for the first time, the ironic thing of the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines is they are overwhelming and hard to read and not very accessible. Like I said, we're working on it. We're trying to fix it. That's what we're on a mission to do. But as it stands, you probably have to get a good, strong cup of coffee if you're going to go and tackle trying to read some of those guidelines, because they are very, very wordy. So that's one great way to get involved. And like I said, along the way, you'll pick up a little bit about accessibility, and hopefully then that can go into all the work that you do for years and years to come. And that's probably the last thing I'll say that I don't mention enough that I find exciting about accessibility. It is a slow-moving field. And I know as developers, we might be like, well, that's not very exciting. But the thing is, because there's so much to learn, the beauty is once I've learned it, that knowledge is still relevant 5 years later. A lot of stuff you learn when you're building stuff and you're using a new framework or a new library, in 5 years, the stuff that you've learned is no longer relevant unless it's like a core discipline. So I love that aspect of accessibility. It's one of those that it's almost a skill for life. And even when WCAG 3 comes out, once you've learned the principles, they will still align, even if the way we test everything and the way that we describe everything is different. So hopefully that helps, Eddie. But yet again, I can add more and more to that as well. Upber, you are on fire. What can I do to win that Super Bass t-shirt? So what you need to do is be good friends with Yuri and ask very nicely. And then that's how you get a Super Bass t-shirt. The other option is you've just missed out. They've literally just done a hackathon that had swag, stuff like that. There's loads of swag stuff that Super Bass does. So just go get involved in something. I almost guarantee you'll win some swag. Or you know what? Write a couple of articles about them on the side and then just say, hey, swag. And they'll probably send it to you. They're very good with giving out swag. But yes, it is a nice t-shirt. I do like it. A question from Nate. Is it the real Nate or is it I don't know which way around it is. So it's either from Jason or Nate. During which season of your career did you feel like you learned the most? Seasons? Do we have seasons in careers? I feel like there are 2 points that I learned the most. I think it was literally at the beginning, because it's information overload when you first learn to be a software developer. There's just so much stuff, and then as you think you've got a handle on something, there's a whole new thing you've got to learn, and it just keeps going. And the fact of the matter is, even when you've been doing it for years, you still feel that way, but at least you feel like there's some areas that you have a bit of control over. I think the second point was when I fell down that flight of stairs and started learning about accessibility. That was a rabbit hole that I spent several weeks in, just exploring the extent of it and how much there is to know about, and how it's such basic stuff a lot of the time that I was gobsmacked I hadn't been taught. And so that was probably the other time. And then it's not a technical perspective, but I think this might be important for anyone here who's thinking of doing a startup. The biggest lessons I've learned from the business aspect were when I closed my estate agency. I learned more than you can possibly imagine, because closing a business down and understanding all of the aspects of, okay, what do I do with the debts? How do I deal with debtors? All those aspects were amazing. Better than an MBA, if you ask me. Like, I learned loads and had that knowledge then to apply for what I did wrong, ready for the next business. And then I would say we were at a scaling point. So we had 4 devs at the time, and we won a big contract. We needed to scale fast. And that is a lesson in of itself, because to try as a small firm, maybe not when you get to a size where you're recognized, but as a small firm nobody's heard of, to try and find talented developers when you can't compete with the huge companies on salaries is really difficult, because you have to find someone who's got the passion and the skill and wants something other than just monetary return. And at the end of the day, no matter what anyone says to you, your job is about how much money you get. Companies don't care. Companies do not care about you, no matter how lovely they are. Their job is Do you produce what they need? And if you're not, you need to go. It doesn't mean the people don't like you, but that's what CEO has to think like, CTO, anybody like that. They have to think that way. Their interest is aligned with the company, not with you as an individual. And so that was tough for me because I had to, there were loads of people I really liked, but I had to be very brutal with who I was looking for at the time. So, and I've been on the other receiving end of it for the last few months. So at least I appreciate how they felt when I had to give them the bad news, unfortunately. So hopefully that answers that one. But again, how do you test for accessibility compliance during the development process? Good question. So there are a couple of things you can do. First is there are loads of libraries that you can use that will do the automated test part I was talking about. There's one called Pally, which is PALLY, and you can use that with variety tools, Cypress, for example, etc., or a standalone in the command line. It's just a simple CLI tool, and that will spit out some errors for you. The other thing that you can do is that accessibility insights that I said. It takes all of 3 seconds to run a test, and it's a browser extension. So you can literally just click run test, and it'll do a very quick test, and it'll pick up immediate stuff. The last thing is you can, I don't know what it is for ESLint off the top of my head. I can't think what it's called, but you can get linters that basically will also look for accessibility mistakes that you've made and pick up this sort of stuff I was talking about. You know, you forgot to fill in an auto tribute. Maybe you're using something called ARIA or ARIA that we haven't talked about and I probably won't talk about here, but maybe you're using that incorrectly. Maybe you've got diff soup. It might pick up on diff soup, but maybe you've used a semantic element in the wrong way. We'll pick up on that. So there's various ways throughout the process you can do it. The other thing I would say is it's not just the testing. You know, if you have an interest in accessibility, even if you know nothing about it at the moment, but you're like, you know what, I'd love to make my applications more inclusive and ultimately better user experience, because whatever we do for accessibility tends to correspond to a good component that works well, then start the discussion early. When you're thinking about what library to build your next project in, just try and find out if there's some information out there on how accessible it is. For example, it's by no means perfect, but Shed CDN is not a bad start. It will get you 60-70% of the way there. And don't always believe when someone says something is accessible, because on the flip side, headless UI certainly is not accessible. So yeah, those are a few ways that you can do it. Oh, you want this t-shirt that I'm wearing, this exact t-shirt. Sorry, I'm going through the questions now. Do you want it washed or unwashed? Because that will depend how, you know, the unwashed version is far more valuable. It's got my DNA on it. So, you know, you'll have to let me know which version of the competition you want before I let you know how you can win it. And then we've got another question. What steps do you take to ensure that color contrast in your designs meets accessibility standards? Oh, I wish I'd got screen sharing up for you. This is great. So there are loads of options that you have out there. If you open up DevTools, and assuming you're not using the standard Tailwind and stuff where they use a lot of opacity things and it breaks this particular tool, but on most standard stuff where you're using a solid color, without loads of CSS variables and it set all different parameters and stuff. When you have the color, you'll notice there's a little box to it that displays the actual color in it, tiny little box. You can actually click that, and most people don't probably know that bit. But what they don't know is halfway down, there is actually an accessibility section. And if it is able to, it will actually work out the contrast for you. What's even better is you can expand that section and it gives you 2 lines basically on a color, you know, a typical color chart with the color picker underneath. And it'll give you 2 lines, and it'll basically say if you get above this line, you're at what's called AA level, which is like the standard you've passed. And if you get above this line, you're at AAA standard, which means that you are like going above and beyond and like, you know, pat on the back, well done sort of thing. So that's one of the really easy ways to get color contrast right. The other one is pick your palette right from the start, you know, because you don't want to be having to fiddle with it all the time. There are tools out there that you can easily go accessible color palette generator, and you'll probably find one that does a decent job of telling you what the contrast ratios are between each of the colors in your palette, and then you can pick one that's close to the company color scheme, makes everybody happy. Michael, can you recommend good resources for learning accessibility first coding? Thanks, Graham. This is a tough one. There are various articles where people will advocate for accessibility first, and I'm probably guilty that I've not written something here, especially as that's what I used to go in and talk to teams about a lot of the time. But I cannot, off the top of my head, think of a good individual article. There are a few people I would recommend that you follow and read their writings, and you will probably find stuff. There's an excellent article from someone called Todd Libby. It's the business case for accessibility. That obviously is aimed at business owners, but Todd argues for where you should put accessibility in the process and why businesses should pay attention. And if we're talking about accessibility first, the first thing that you need to get right is that you need to get buy-in from the people up. If you're at the bottom and you're, a dev slogging away and you're trying to get accessibility on the table, you will get annoyed with it very quickly because you'll feel like you're shouting all day long and getting nowhere. And it's not that the team around you doesn't care, it's that the team around you are busy. It's something extra for them to learn. Without it coming from the top down, then you're not going to get buy-in to any significant level, because deadlines will approach, corners get cut, and unless it's a part of the spec, it's a part of your process, and it's one of the things that you measure and keep an eye on as a company, you're probably going to end up, making a bit of progress, which is wonderful, but getting annoyed along the way. And that happens to a lot of people who get into accessibility and then you're trying to fight from the wrong direction. You need someone higher up. You need someone team lead and above going, you know what, this is part of our process. We're going to make sure it's part of the testing process. We're going to make sure it's part of our specs. If you do that, your life becomes a lot easier. And the beauty is, for the companies, it's a hell of a lot cheaper. If you start with accessibility, it costs very little. It's maybe 5% extra time, possibly 10% when you're a brand new team trying to learn accessibility. But the upside of it is tenfold that, because you end up with much better and much easier to use software, and also legal protection, because it is the law. And that's the bit that surprises a lot of people. Your website should be accessible or it's illegal. And in America, that matters because you are likely to get sued. Over here in the UK, where I am, sadly, our law hasn't quite caught up. Even though it is illegal, we don't really sue. We've only ever had 2 cases of that. So I try and focus on everything else when talking about accessibility, because the law's a bad pitch for people. Second, you start talking about the law, lawyers get involved. They go, what's our risk profile? Nah, we're not at too much risk. And then it becomes a checkbox exercise at best. So find the people passionate, get them to talk to higher up people, get them to buy into accessibility with the business case stuff. Like I said, pointed you to Todd's article, and that will really help you get accessibility on the table and hopefully fix a few things along the way. So, because that's all the questions on, I don't know how much longer I need to go on, but it has made me think of one last thing, which is, a lot of you may hopefully have heard what I've been saying. Like I said, I know I was meant to speak about me, but I find accessibility more exciting than I am. And maybe thinking, okay, I want to read something about it. And it's a bit self-serving, this, but if you go on to Dev and search for 101 accessibility tips and tricks, I wrote a 16,500 word monster listicle, which will cover loads of things from personas and how to do sort of user testing type stuff, down to forms, down to the color contrast stuff we've been talking about. You name it, I've covered an awful lot of accessibility in a single article. It's not something to sit and read as such, but you're more than welcome to. It's more a pick it up, read a couple of sections, and then refer back to it. If you ever go, oh, okay, actually, I remember Graham saying something about that, I'll go and have a look at that one. So hopefully that's useful to some people. The other thing I'll say is it has been dormant, and I apologize to all the people why it's been dormant in a second, but I am planning on bringing it back to life very shortly. I started a cohort of people learning accessibility, and I am going to put together a very thorough complete beginner all the way up to almost pro level, I would say. You know your stuff. You can almost be a tester stroke, actually go in and do VPATs, which is official testing, course to teach you accessibility. And it'll be completely free. You just have to be part of the Discord server. And the only reason it's been delayed, and this is where my apology comes from, it's because I've been job hunting for a long time. So I've had to focus on that. But things may be changing there, and that's all I will say to that one. And then I'll just say, to wrap up, because I'm ready for wrapping up, just say this. Jacob, I really did want to make you cry, but I think Clark has already managed to do that. With the amount of times you've made me cry, I think it would only be fair. But I'm still waiting for my tickets for Tech Commute, and I've got to say, Leah, you gave him a wonderful excuse, but come on, where are my stickers? I want them. No, being serious, it's been a privilege and an honor to be part of this. I'm hoping that we're going to smash through the 10,000 today, and I wish both of you, that this all passes. We get it all sorted out nice and quickly, and you move on, because with Jacob, with how much you've put into the tech community, I'm so glad that all of us could get together and give you something back. And like I said, it's been heartwarming to see how many people have rallied round. And I just want to say a huge shout out to Jason, Nate, and team who have been working tirelessly to put this together. It's amazing. I know that you've had a fun time of it, but we're here. We've put it together. We've got people actually listening. Well, we probably did, maybe not anymore, because I've been on and I probably sent them all to sleep. But we did have people here, and hopefully we'll get some people back for the rest of the speakers. And I have noticed there's one last question, so I will go and say it. Not usually very open with this, but as someone who lives with multiple disabilities and wants to create tech to help the people who suffer from the same things I do, where can I get started with accessible software development, especially mobile apps if you've worked on development before? So I am very much web focused, so I am not the person to help you with mobile apps. However, think if I could think of anyone who's strong in mobile apps. Whoever you are, because I didn't get a name on that one, please, I'm Graham the Dev, as is written on the screen, hopefully, on Twitter. Please drop me a DM saying that we spoke on here, and I will go and sift through my contact book and have a little asky around and try and work out who's good in mobile web dev, in native apps, because I'm not coming up with anyone off the top of my head. I'm really trying, but I can't think of anybody there. So yeah, drop me a DM, and the same goes for anyone in the chat. If you're interested in accessibility, I'm not saying I'll be your guru and teach you everything over DMs, but if you have a specific question or you want pointed to something that you think would help you with something, by all means ask there. And if you ever spot me on Stack Overflow, I know not many of us do that, but I've answered a lot of questions on there around accessibility. When you give the +1, also just say, hey, we met at Journeys conference, because that would really make my day in a few months to just see that message pop up in the chat. And on that note, I've seen Nate's appeared on my screen. Nate, are we done? I got a nod. Yes, so the audience, you can't hear him, but Nate's talking to me. Fire away, Nate. Keep talking while I'm talking to them. We don't want large silence.
Okay. Did I get added? There we go. Look. All right. We got 2 people on screen. So first of all, thank you so much, Graham, for your time, for your story. That was fantastic. You were all nervous what you were going to talk about, but I knew you were going to talk about what you know well. And like I said before, you're going to share your story and you're going to share the truth. And that's great, because I always know Graham's going to be a genuine guy. He does not hide his opinions. He does not hide his perspectives.
I thought I was very good today. No spicy takes.
You were fantastic. That's I don't know what you think I'm implying. You're always
nice
wonderful.
Well, I have one last thing to share with everybody. I don't know if they'll be able to see it, but you might like this. I am on this picture here, so I thought I'd leave you with a very random fact about me. I was part of an internationally renowned choir when I was a young boy. I toured all over America, Germany, France, you name it. I've been to many countries singing my little heart out as a good choir boy. Unfortunately, I don't think the image is going to be high enough quality that you can spot me, but I'm in the middle at the back because even at 14 years old, my voice had already dropped, so I was a bass. And yeah, so there's a new fun one for some of you who won't know that I was a good little choir boy at one point, and I don't know what happened after that.
Oh man, I love that little bit of lore. That is a fantastic deep cut. Really glad that you shared that and that wonderful picture. I'm pretty sure I saw exactly who Graham was. You're right in the middle. You looked adorable. It was fantastic. Oh man. Well, again, thank you for your time. Thank you everyone in chat as well. Everyone who dropped in questions. That was fantastic. We are now going to transition. So I think we'll put up the be right back screen for a minute, and then we're going to be back. And actually, we could just go into this, depending on how Jason's feeling. I'm going to give a little bit of an intro myself, talk a little bit about the event, and we are going to fix the overlay live. Because if you've ever been around on the internet or on live TV or Twitch or streaming services, stuff's not always easy. And we were throwing a lot of this together this week. And so we are going to do the thing that everybody does on Twitch, which is we're doing it live. We do actually have the next speaker lined up as well. So I'll give a little bit of an intro. Oh no, we got him here right now. This could be perfect. Okay, so we're gonna go to a be right back screen for 5 minutes here. We'll just have a quick little break, and then we're going to be back on with our next speaker. So thank you so much again to everyone who's here, to everyone who's watching. Again, please check out those links for the fundraiser. Again, if there's anything you can do to help out, even like $5, like it's been so cool to see just the number of names that you see on the ticker there at the top of your screen. So many amazing people that showed up and gave in whatever amount they could. And it's so cool to see the quantity of names, regardless of the quantity of dollars. Like it's just every one of those is a human. And I think that is, as Clark was mentioning, and as I've personally learned and heard from our next speaker quite a bit on this topic, actually, but that's the most important thing, right? That human, that person on the other side. And so really, really appreciate all of our donors. Thank you so much to all of our viewers and participants as well for being here. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we will be right back with you. So thank you so much.
Thanks. So am I great? Awesome. Hey, welcome everyone to my journeys talk. Thanks for joining. And what a great cause for a what a great cause for an event. Excuse me, my English is not working. It's pretty late here. I'm joining all the way from Germany, Berlin, and I'm really excited to share the human side of tech with all of you today. I was told that the expectation for this event um, is not a technical presentation, but more one about the humanity of tech, specifically where we come from, what our journey is, to really inspire and encourage the community towards more humanity in favor of this fundraiser, right? And so, with that, let's just get into it. Many of you know this story, many of you don't, but the point here is not me or the other really great speakers. The point is all of us together. We all matter. We all have journeys and stories, and we're all part of something a lot bigger than ourselves. And I want that to sort of be the thesis here. Like what? Yes, I'm about to talk about myself for the next, I don't know, like 20 minutes or so, but it's not about me. It's about us. And this whole thing isn't like focused on one person's talk. It's everyone's journey. Okay, and so with that, you've heard from Clark, you've heard from Graham, you'll hear from me now, and then you'll hear from others. And I'd encourage you stay for the whole thing. Like, listen to, appreciate these stories because these people matter. Just like you also matter. And I want to hear your story. So if you haven't yet, I'd encourage you leave a comment either here or in social media, X, LinkedIn, wherever this is being streamed, Twitch, and share your story. I'm super interested to hear it. Okay, with that, let's talk about me. I've been writing code since I was 8 years old. I part of my intro is I've been building on the web since I was I've been building on the web for over 20 years at places like Vercel, Spotify, Zeta, and more. If you listen to my podcast, every episode starts this way. And now I sort of say it robotically, but what does it actually mean? How does one build on the web for over 20 years, especially one who's 31 years old? That's how old I am, right? And so what does that mean? You started when you were 8? Yes, that's why I say building on the web since I was 8 years old, because this wasn't professional. I had an internship later. So professionally, I've been building on the web since I was 15. So that's 6 years. In any case, let's start at the beginning because this is about journeys. I often say I didn't choose to get into code. Code chose me, because the various stars aligned and dots connected that some may think is random. I don't think it's random. I have a worldview that speaks to a plan and a purpose. And so, with that, let's start really, really, really at the beginning. I was born with a disease that is called hemophilia. This disease is fatal if not treated, and the main symptom is once you start to bleed, either internally or externally, you just never stop. You're incapable of stopping. You can imagine children bleed all the time, either externally from like scraping your knee or your teeth falling out, whatever it may be, or internally, right? A kid bumps into you at school, or you have a heavy backpack, or you wave really aggressively. Oh, hi, I'm so happy to see you. We bleed internally all the time, from climbing up a flight of stairs to whatever. And so, with me not being able to stop, um, it was very obvious that there's not going to be much I can do. In fact, I never really went to school. In school, when I did attend classes, I was called the Blue Moon Kid because the students were like, "Oh, you only show up once every blue moon," you know. And so, never really showed up because I couldn't. One day in school meant I would somehow get injured and I wouldn't be able to go to school for the next week or so because I'd be in recovery. We'll talk about that. So, what can you do when you can't move, when you can't function, when everyone around you says, just chill, be quiet? You're probably not going to have a full life. You're probably not going to make it or do DevRel. Like, traveling was just completely out of the picture, right? I can't do anything. I can't be touched by anyone. I can't be hugged too tight, or I'll start to bleed internally and then not stop bleeding and then maybe die from internal bleeding. This is my life. Okay. So then where does code come into this? Waving aggressively, opening a heavy door would often cause me to have major problems. This, and for those who are just listening, because I will admit it's nothing much to see here, this movement that is typing on a keyboard, actually totally fine. It's not really physically strenuous. Gravity honestly does most of the work, right? You just sort of let your finger fall on the key, and so, my parents thought this is a safe bet. Nothing's gonna happen here. Um, so that's where they put me, and I I had a little Windows 3.1 computer. Prince of Persia was on it, and I thought, okay, cool, games, and I started playing some games. At some point, I wasn't. I didn't go to school, so I had parents that both went to work. I had a brother who was healthy. He went to school. Is healthy. He went to school, and there's me, and I just sit at home and play on the computer. And let me tell you, games get pretty boring, especially when you finish them like 2 or 3 times over. And then you start thinking, what if I had infinite lives? Surely this is all code. Surely there's a way I can just have like infinite lives. How do I do that? Oh, let's maybe look at the hex editor. Okay, so this is just made up of like a bunch of hexadecimal character. What is that? Okay, so it's like bytes but with characters and stuff. Interesting. So if I change this hex address, I can freeze the number of lives at 99. So I hope you can sort of see like code enter the picture here, and this is sort of where it began. I was much younger than 8. I was like 5 or 6 here. Um, by the way, there's a lot of medical details that I'm skipping because honestly, time. But if you want the full like hour and a half story, this is on YouTube. It's a video from that conference, so the conference that Clark organizes. He was a previous speaker. That's on YouTube. It's called The Dots Connect. Anyway, that's where code and I first intersected. At some point, the year was 2001. My brother, my parents decided, look, computers are a thing. Let's put him in a computer class. He needs to do something extracurricular, and so put him in a computer class. They didn't obviously know, but everything. It's 2001, 6 years before the iPhone. Which, to be fair, there was a lot, but the internet was still in its infancy. We didn't have React or anything, and so they put him in a like web something class, and he came back. And my brother has this, like, it's called survivor's guilt, because he grew up with me where if again somebody shakes my hand, I end up in the emergency room, right? So he watched me live a very crippled life, um, and he would come home and he would teach me. Um, he would teach me HTML. Open up a notepad file and say, um, just write these angular brackets, HTML. You have to have head inside and then body, and then inside body you can, and we saved that as a file, but it wasn't .txt, it was .html. And then the icon changed when we saved it. I was like, oh, look, that icon has a little blue E on it. That's interesting. And then I double clicked it and it opened in the browser. It was a web page. And I was like, what? Do you know? And so he didn't have the privilege of having my disease. And I did call it a privilege. He went to school and he did what everybody else did, right? He went to school, he did the classes, he was studied the chemistry that he wasn't interested in, whatever. He didn't really know where his future was going. I like played a bunch of video games and found hexadecimal stuff, and I thought, this is cool. Internet, that's cool. We have a dial-up connection. Why does it make those sounds? And at some point, all of this free time with computers, he taught me how to make a web page. I was like, this is cool. What more can I do with this? Okay, so I can set a background color. Ooh, I can make the text like big. I can add, what is CSS? What? I can add a style sheet. I could make text scroll across the screen in a marquee. What? And so wild. That was so cool. I still remember the marquee element, and as far as I know today, it's still supported. Anyway, I made these crazy web pages because I had literally nothing else better to do. This is the true story. Why do I have a tech career? Because I had nothing better to do. And I want to encourage you, if you're sitting somewhere and maybe you're facing a disability, maybe you're maybe you're bankrupt and you have no friends, your only friend is a computer, whatever it may be. I think as human beings, we're really good at making something out of nothing. And I don't mean that like starting an argument out of nowhere. Some of us are really good at doing that also. But I mean, all I had was a computer and a brother who taught me some basics, right? And time, tons and tons of time through which I could pay attention and exercise effort. This was cognitive effort because physically any effort would kill me. And yes, it was that severe. I met someone at a meetup recently who, um, we were talking and everything, and at some point he mentioned, it sort of slipped out that I have this disease, and he was like, oh, his face changed. He was like, oh my gosh, because he knew someone with it who was living a horrible life. He was like, how are you? Are you okay? And it became very sympathetic. In any case, attention and effort. If there's one thing you take away, it's that we often underestimate the power of attention and effort. Um, and to be fair, these are finite, fallible resources. What that means is your attention will fail you, your effort will fail you. Mine has, but on average, over the long arc of time, they do return on investment. And I'm just living evidence of that. But there's also plenty of research. I'm happy to talk about the science of it also. So anyway, so my brother was doing what everybody else did. I couldn't do anything else, so I just played with HTML, CSS. Eventually, JavaScript came. And for those of you listening and watching who build with JavaScript, I'm sure you can all relate. If you can relate, will you post something in the chat? Because I want to see that togetherness. What's really interesting is JavaScript has always to this day has an incredible feedback loop. Meaning you just like open the browser DevTools and you you just write alert parenthesis and some string in quotes, and you put up a dialogue. There is no other programming language on earth that has such a feedback loop where you go from a line of code to seeing it working that quickly. And this is what got me into JavaScript. I mean, I still remember I was like, whoa, I just made a dialogue up here. Whoa, I could call a function called prompt or confirm, and then like I bring up UI that does things. What is this? This is magic. This is sorcery. And from there, I mean, I was hooked. I built a number of websites at the age of 13. And 12. I was in some local magazines. I grew up in Qatar. We can talk about why later. I was in some magazines where 12-year-old Tejas Kumar has made this website, blah blah blah. And at this point, it was starting to become like predestined. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody in school was like, "You're going to be a software engineer. I bet. I'm sure you're going to do it." Everybody in school who knew who I was. So the 3 people, because I never went. And surely enough, that's where it was. Now, one other thing to mention is when I was 10, I couldn't go to school every day, but I could very carefully go to like adult education, because adults don't run around and play and bump into people in the workplace, at least maybe not often. If you're an adult and you're doing that, maybe you should talk. Anyway, so my parents decided also I've been showing promise in computers. So they put me in another computer class. They didn't know what it was. Of course, nobody did. But then 2003, I was 10 years old, put me in a class for object-oriented C++. And I thought, cool. I had no idea what it was. I did write some C++. I built some things. I finished that course at age 10, have a diploma signed and sealed. I still have it with my name on it. I don't remember C++. But all this to say, the journey is non-traditional, but it works. And the things that worked, and this is what I want to do in our time together, right? And I hope we can appreciate this is non-technical on purpose, because if you want technical content, honestly, listen to my podcast. There's like 2-hour lectures, go nuts. But let's be human for a minute. I want to extract reproducible protocols, takeaways, action steps that you can use to maybe not mimic or copy my journey, but to be inspired and form your own. And so that's my hope in sharing this. Like, what can you do, or what can you learn, or how can you shift your perspective to better fully enjoy the fullness of life, and by extension, the sort of career choices we've made or we are making. Okay, so attention, effort, JavaScript, done. At some point, when I'm 15, so 5 years have passed since C++. My mother calls me at home on the phone. Again, I'm at home because I'm not at school. I couldn't go. I was too sick. And tells me, hey, there's a competition by the national university, and they're looking for the best built websites. I think you should enter. And I said, look, Mom, what else am I gonna do? I'm not going to school. Yes, let's do it. So I spent, again, all I had was time. Listen, I had so much time. Some of you, the reality is, unfortunately, you've been laid off. And it's a horrible time in the economy, and you've got all this time. And absolutely, like, having the pressure of having to feed a family and take care of yourself is hard. I'm not downplaying the consequences of a horrible capitalist society at all. Like, it's difficult to be in that situation. But I think the silver lining, if there is one, is that we have time now, and it is our own, and we can use that time. I have an encouragement. I'll share it later. But all that to say, I had time. I built probably the best website I've ever built, even including today. It was so cool for various reasons. Of course, there was no React, but we did have Scriptaculous. I don't know if any of you used Scriptaculous, brilliant library, MooTools as well. And it had an accordion that was animated. It was the most advanced website of 2008 for sure. Okay, so I built this website, and we didn't have deployments and serverless back then, so I burned it to a DVD, and I packaged up the DVD in a nice little case, and I printed out the cover, and it was the most overproduced piece of anything. It's just unbelievable. And this was also the beginnings of probably my not professional but enthusiastic DevRel career, because really that's DevRel, developer relations work, is like you take a repo and you put a nice README on it, and you think about the APIs your library exposes, and you pack it. DevRel is so much about packaging for developers; it's unreal, right? And so I did that, and that won me the prize. So I won the first prize, national recognition, whole country, small country but whole country. Um, Media outlets, magazines, hey, can we interview you, you're 15 but like we want to. And public speaking, all of that came from there, right? At a few years later, so I'd say 2 years later or so, um, went on to give a TEDx talk about the disease and what it means and how we can be sensitive to it and treat it. And in the end, all of that sort of formed the basis of the career. And again, because I had time, and time is so valuable. Finally, Qatar is a controversial country for so many reasons. One of the reasons is that there's a huge minority in terms of locals to expats. What that means is the local Qatari citizens, the people who are born and raised, make up something like 10% of the population. They're a minority in their own country. 90% are from like everywhere. And because of that, they don't allow people to retire there. You could live there your entire life as an expat. You will not be allowed to retire. You have to go back to your home country. And this was the case for my family. So my dad was approaching 60, and we were facing like, okay, we're going to have to leave at some point. For me, to leave is to die. I was dependent on healthcare there that was free in case of emergencies. Without that free emergency healthcare, like in India, for example, where I was born, I would be dead. So I was like, this is not going to end painlessly. I'm not typically not afraid of death because of my disease. It sort of comes with the territory. I'll die tomorrow if you want to. It's fine. It's just the pain before. It's not so easy. So I was thinking, I don't want to bleed out for days and so on. So if this is making you queasy, by the way, I apologize. It's a human experience and it's journeys, and we're human beings. So maybe human up. Anyway, if that's insensitive, I apologize. So from there, we I decided let's find jobs in countries with great social health care, aka not the United States. I apologize. So do I apologize? I don't know. Anyway, so I found various jobs. One of them in the European Union, Germany, and I want to say Germany is the greatest country in the world, but they tried that earlier and it didn't go so well. It's definitely up there, and they had great healthcare. So I applied for a job because again, all I had was time to craft like the perfect application. What skills should I know? What skills should I learn? What time is such a precious gift. So learned the skills, applied for the job, got the job, and they decided to sponsor a visa and relocate me. And I've moved to Germany in 2015, and I've lived here ever since. 9 years now. That's the cliff notes. Again, let's stop and isolate like practical, reproducible takeaways that can help you have maybe as full of a life and as close of an experience as I've had. Because honestly, it's been an amazing ride, and it's getting even better by the day. So what can we extract? Again, time is this valuable resource that is so important to use well. I was with a friend yesterday who said that every moment we have, we get to cast a vote for the person we will be next. Every moment we have right now, we get to vote for who we become. And I think that's phenomenal. And I didn't know it at the time, but looking back, hindsight is always 2020. Did I abuse all the free time I had? I could have gotten into drugs. I could have gotten into all kinds of things that was around me. Um, but I just thought I like to code. And to be fair, I did have some internal ambition of like, I need to prove myself to everybody. I need to tell everyone, I need to show everyone that I'm not just a disabled boy made of glass. Nobody would hug me. Nobody would touch me. Nobody would, out of concern, like, I don't want to hurt him, right? But it was sad and lonely. And I had this feeling of like, man, I need to show people that I'm more than just my disability. I'm more than my disease. And so that fueled me to spend my time the way I spent my time. And maybe, just maybe, for those of us with a ton of time and maybe we're lacking direction, perhaps we don't have that forcing function. So, okay, let's wrap up. And then I want to do some questions. It's really about the discussion. It's not, you didn't come here to hear me monologue. Let's talk about the discussion here and questions. Um, what I want to wrap up with is this disease, right? I often thought it was a curse. I did not have a typical childhood. I don't to this day. I'm not cured. I still have it. I don't have a typical life. If I do not take my medicine that is provided for me for free from Germany, if I don't take my medicine every week, I will die. Like within a week or two, if I'm lucky. This is the reality I live with. Nothing changed. I'm supported by great social health care that takes care of me. But again, if I don't take if for some reason they don't have supply, the economy is really bad, they can't afford it. I travel and I forget to take it, and I'm at a conference. If I don't get the medicine for whatever, I will die within weeks. The medicine is expensive. The dose I take today costs about $3,500 per shot, and I have to take a shot every week. It used to be worse. It used to be $10,000 per week. So over $500,000 a year, right? And thankfully, Germany and the social system pays for that. But that's where we are. Okay, so what I saw was a curse. Turns out to be a blessing. I just didn't know it, because it did force me to want to prove myself. Forced me, to find code, and it forced me to build the career I have today. I would not be a coder if it wasn't for the disease. I would go to school like everybody else in my family. I would learn chemistry. I don't know. Maybe I would be like just before university thinking, what should I do? I don't really know what I want to do. Should I do management? Let's get a BBM or a MBA or whatever 3-letter degree people get when they don't know what to do. Not to disparage MBAs, but no, coding chose me because the disease chose me. I am chosen by these things, and I think that's really cool. And so right now, where am I today? Let's wrap up. This is honestly the last thing I'm going to say, and then let's do questions. If there are any, and if there aren't, whatever, right? The way I live my life today. I tweeted this actually some time ago, and everybody like DM'd me like, "Are you okay? Are you?" But this is honestly my philosophy: is everything under the sun is meaningless. That's the way I live, and I love it. Everything, everything under the sun is meaningless. It does not matter. And how can I say that? Well, okay, look, honestly, when I was a kid, I thought a lot of things mattered. I had a pair of binoculars. I loved it. Not in a creepy way. Like I was 8 years old. I liked like looking at things up close. I was like, whoa, how does this work? And then they broke, and this was the end of my world. I thought I'm destined to be sick. This sucks. It's the end of my world. But then guess what? We moved to Qatar, and I got free emergency care. And I thought, oh, this sucks. I only get treated in response to emergencies. They don't prevent emergencies. My life is so bad. And then I moved to Germany. Like, there's always more. There's always the next step. The things that I think are big catastrophes really are not. They're meaningless. Everything under the sun is meaningless. My job. And you may think, oh, that's really depressing, but it's actually so freeing, because if it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. We can party or we cannot. We can eat and drink and be merry, because here's the deal. In the grand scheme of things, does it really matter? Like, I'll end with this. I said I'll end with this many times. Whatever. There's a great picture. I wonder if we can bring it up on the stream, or if we can maybe share it in the comments. There's a great picture by NASA where it's called the little blue dot. If you want to Google it, it's such a great picture. It's complete blackness and a tiny, like a 1 pixel dot, and there's like a ray of light going on it. And it's just stunning. It's the Earth from very, very far away, and it's a speck of dust. And Carl Sagan, the great astronaut, has this quote where he said, look at this little blue dot, this tiny little piece of dust. On it is everything and everyone who has ever lived, every emperor, every king, every ruler, every homeless person, every rich person, every white man, every slave, every free, everything that has ever been here, suspended in a sunbeam. And when you zoom out like that, like, does my disease really matter? I have a great career in tech today. I'm honored to be among the great speakers here speaking to you. Does that matter? What if I didn't have it? Would I know any better? Would I be sad about it? No, or would I just not know what I'm missing? I think we live in a world that believes a big fiction that a lot of things matter that really don't. And I think the moment we free ourselves from that fiction, we open ourselves up to the joy that things work out in our favor. In fact, if we open our eyes to that truth, we'll see it more often. Look, I was born disadvantaged in many ways. I don't have the best health. I don't have the right skin color. I don't have the right insulin resistance. I'm a diabetes risk. There's a bunch of things wrong, but do they matter? And I think if we choose to recognize them as vapor or meaningless, then we're free to celebrate the short life for what it is, and also to take all that time and use it to doing things we love. I love to code. I didn't think I'm going to build a big career. I didn't think I'm going to be an influencer. I didn't think I'm going to be James Q. Quick. I didn't think I'm going to speak at conferences. I didn't think I'm going to be here talking to all of you as some like invited expert. I didn't think any of that. I was just like, I love this stuff. If I die tomorrow because I have this disease and it's very real, if I die tomorrow, I'm just going to write this code because it gives me joy. We used to build on the web beat machines, just JavaScript nonsense, and then talk about it at conferences. DevRel sort of ruined that. Right now it's like sales pitches on stages. But what if we just build stuff for fun? Because ultimately it's all meaningless, and we get to celebrate it for as long as we get to celebrate it. Okay, I'm done. I hope I didn't like make everyone want to die. Quite the opposite. I hope in reminding us of the finitude of things, meaning everything's going to be over soon in about 80 years or however long you get, that we get to seize every day. Because here's the deal. I didn't know if the next day was going to be my last. So I had a really strong, the French term is joie de vivre, like a joy of life. I would eat a pear and I'd be like, oh my God, this is the best pear I've ever had. If you know me in person, if we hang out at conferences or whatever, you will actually see this come out. I'll put my hand on your shoulder and I'll be like, you are so amazing. I love you. You are just a brilliant person. And then I'd take a bite of a steak and I'd be like, oh my God, the cow that gave its life for me, I respect. Like, I'm this way because I thought I was going to die tomorrow for most of my life. And so the finitude, the meaninglessness, this is going to be over. Produced in me a joy that is so tangible, not just to me, but to people around me. There's many people here who I've hung out with all of them at a conference. I've had the privilege, and maybe they'll tell you as well. So finitude can lead to joy. It has for me, and I hope that combined with the use of time, combined with if your only friend is a computer, it can still work, is some encouragement to you in this conference about journeys and the human side of tech. I apologize, I didn't really show you any code or talk about it, but again, I have a podcast for that, tej.as. It's all on there. But for now, thanks so much for listening. I'm happy to take any questions you have. Wow. What an awesome question. Linda, thank you for asking. Some tips for picking yourself up from being caught in your feelings in terms of career, but also in terms of life. I can tell you, being extremely real, that I have spent so much of my life in that place. So much. My disease is a disease that not many people can understand. It affects 1 in 20,000 people. 1 in 20,000, right? How many are here? How many ever? There's not 20,000. So nobody here knows what I've been through. I was clinically dead at age 4. My mother was with me, and she watched her 4-year-old die and be pronounced dead. She was in her feelings. Since then, I've been in emergency rooms from some trivial nonsense, right? Like somebody gave me a pat on the back that was too hard, or and at some point you get old enough to where they don't let you stay overnight in an emergency room with a companion. Meaning, like past closing time, you got to say goodbye to mom or whoever's around and be alone. And I was alone. I was half dead because, again, only emergency treatment was free, so it had to be an emergency. I was alone in an emergency state, like half dead, in my feelings, going, how did I end up here? I'm 13 years old. Is this life? Like, is this why was I born to be bullied? I felt like, those inflatable like toys that like you punch them and they come back up, and you punch them and they come back up. Yeah, I felt like that thing. I was like, this is just evil. Like, if God exists, he hates me, or she hates, or whatever, and they hate me. And I was, this isn't. And so I've been there. All that to say, Linda, I have empathy for that. Definitely not sympathy, because I can resonate. I've been there myself. And how did I deal with it? I think one way was just a sense that this is meaningless. I think I've internalized that from a really young age, but also recognizing, hey, I'm broken, I'm wounded, literally and emotionally and spiritually and whatever you want, and I need to recognize that, like face the truth. I'm weak, and lean on what I can lean on. For some people, this is like God or the universe. It's also family. Like, one thing that I'm super thankful for is every time I've been down in that place, there's always been people, persons, like, and I've seen the best of humanity there. And it's really sad, some people, like especially like spoiled rich kids, trust fund kids, are born with like silver spoons in their mouths and everything's perfect. They never get to experience the joy of being absolutely destroyed and then having humanity show you the best side of humanity, which is people coming alongside you and going, hey, I'm here. Like, I don't know the right things to say. I don't know. I don't even know what you feel, but like, I just want to feel this with you. So I've had that with my people. I've had that with sometimes even strangers, sometimes doctors, sometimes nurses, and that usually gets me out of it. Sometimes I also just feel it. Like, I recognize this is there's a time for everything. There's a time to live. There's a time to die. There's a time to eat. There's a time to sleep. There's a time to reject someone's pull request. There's a time to mentor someone. There's a time to get laid off. There's a time to have a job. There's a time to go to war. There's a time to be a pacifist. Everything has a time. And for me, that was just the time. And it didn't make sense in the moment, but I knew that since there's a time for everything, there's going to be a time for healing. There's going to be a time for restoration. There's going to be a time for redemption. There's just, that's how life works. And there's these memes for developers like React PP, right? Because React server-side rendering, we used to generate HTML on the server and send it, and then React took over with single-page applications, and now we're doing the same thing on there's this meme that time is a big circle. I think that's not actually a meme. I genuinely believe that time is just a huge circle. Everything that has happened will happen, and everything that will happen has happened, and the times of joy and flourishing, and there's times of pain. And I think the biggest trap I've fallen into, and this is a consequence of society, like modern society will tell you, you have to be excited all the time. Like if they see me and I'm just quiet, and I'm maybe in a meditative state, I'm like zoned out or something. Hey, are you okay? You're not your usual self. Hey, are you okay? You're not like hyped. Hey, are you okay? You're not excited. And there's this virtue in being excited, but that's not the reality of the human experience. We have our days where we're just I don't want to talk to anyone. I just want to be quiet, sit on my rock and stare at the ocean and I don't know, like meditate or something. And that's cool. That everything's a circle, everything's a cycle. And for me, knowing that there will be a day where I will be completely healed and whole and restored, and it's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be the most beautiful day of my life. I would often think to that day. I have experienced, but I still today, when not a fun fact, I forget to take my medicine, and I do have episodes even now. I think forward to that, and I'm pretty sure since everything's a big circle, it'll come where there's just freedom and no fear. There's so many people so afraid of everything, like people afraid of public speaking, which I do, and I don't disparage them. It is scary, but have you ever thought about what a messed up world we live in that people are just afraid to like speak in front of other people because of things like judgment and prejudice? That's horrible. That's a great question. Yes, yes, I did. You bring up my brother and really touch me here. Not in a negative way. I appreciate the attention to that detail. Um, yeah, I was super jealous of him. Look at him. He gets to go. He gets to have friends. What's that? He gets to play. I was jealous of him when he could like run. Wow, he could do so much. Like we had scooters as kids, and he got to play a scooter, not the E one, like the actual like mechanical. I asked one time, "Can I play on this?" My dad said no. I burst out crying. I was like a mess. Again, like meaningless. This was the end of my whole huge term. At some point, my dad felt sympathy for me and caved and gave in. And okay, fine, you can ride for like one time. So we go to the park and I ride, and I obviously have never done it before, so I fall, and it's a huge disaster. And oh my gosh, he's gonna die, and we take him to the hospital. And at some point, you think that's what you get. And so watching my brother do this effortlessly, and me not being allowed to, oh, I hated it. He got to go to school. He got to, but then yes, the answer is I was jealous. To this day, I am jealous. Not of most people, not of like I'd say I don't know, like 95% of the time, I'm not jealous of healthy people. But I'm in cases. For example, I go to the gym. I try to lift weights and be, reasonably fit. I actually love resistance training and cardio. But sometimes I go to the gym and there's people with really, really awesome. Yes, I'm shallow. Whatever. It's the human thing. And it hurts me sometimes that I will never have awesome arms because um my elbows are so damaged from internal bleeding. My bones are actually like breaking, if not broken. Like I cannot extend my left arm. I don't know if anyone knows this, but like this is the maximum I can extend it. I don't know if you're looking on the video, but this is not straight. It feels straight. I cannot extend it more. And if you try to force it, it will break because the joints are just messed up from corrosion due to blood eating them away. Okay. I can't extend my arms. And if you can't extend your arms, you can't do tricep exercises or you can't do them as effectively. And so and also I'm like old enough where it's harder to put on muscle mass without steroids, and I don't want steroids. My health is bad enough. So, yes, I am still jealous of some things, but these things ultimately are meaningless. And so the answer to my jealousy is the beautiful meaninglessness of everything. And I want to draw a distinction here. Meaningless does not mean like not valuable or not useful. For example, um, I could like spend a bunch of money and like buy, something nonsense. So something, I don't know, like some. I'm struggling to think of an example. But what I'm trying to say is money, cash has value. I can use cash to buy stuff. But cash itself has no meaning, really, just paper. But it has a value. So meaning and value different. And so by saying things are meaningless, I'm not saying they're not valuable. Some things are extremely valuable, but in the grand scheme of things, they're meaningless. But they're still valuable. I hope that's clear. Anyway, so yes, how did I process the jealousy? It was recognizing that this doesn't matter. This is meaningless. And recognizing that time's a big circle. One day, I will. The word for this is hope. Hope is the future we want. Seeing it from a distance, waving at it. Hey, I see this vision. I've had and have an enormous amount of hope in a future. Time's a big circle where I will be healed and perfect and have the best arms. Maybe I don't really care about arms, honestly. If we're speaking like truthfully, but yeah, it's just what gets me over the jealousy is this doesn't matter. I have hope, and then at some point, my career started taking off. I got some jobs, I got some promotions, I moved to Germany. Lots of great things started happening. Again, completely outside of my control. I can't take credit for any of it because honestly, I didn't do like I'm a passenger in this ride. Okay, and and at some point, I started to recognize, oh my gosh, I have a lot of. I don't mean money. I just mean a lot of blessings. Put it that way. A lot. Like I have great friends. I live in a great country. I have skills that some people spend their whole lives trying to learn. I have a lot to be thankful for, and the more I started to recognize this, the less jealous I was. I will say this: I think gratitude is the antidote to jealousy and envy, and just sort of recognizing. And then at some point, my career starts to surpass my brother's. I find out that some people have struggle with various mental illnesses that are maybe even harsher than my physical illness. I start to see the world for what it is, this deeply broken place where there's so much wrong with it. Physical health, mental health, whatever. And I go, wow, if we zoom out, I don't have that much to complain about or be jealous of because the person with the perfect arms is probably super insecure about his arms and is probably lonely and is probably on steroids or maybe not, right? But like I think the thing that kills my jealousy is knowing that we're all sort of the same, living in the same really broken world and trying to make the most of it from one day to the next. That's true of every single person on the planet. Elon Musk, the wealthiest person on earth, has the same struggle. I'm fairly confident there's something he's insecure about. There's something he's trying. Maybe he's got shareholders going, "Hey, Tesla's like way down and stuff." Like whatever. We all have similar problems, and so how how can I be jealous of Musk? Gosh, he's got his own circus to deal with. And so yeah, just sort of looking at that has helped me not be jealous. Um yeah, I'll leave it there. If there's another question, I'm happy to take that. Yeah. Um so um I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not a scientist. I did spend most of my life with doctors. So many doctors. And this is where my, you know, um science context is. It's not academic at all. Anything I say is not academic because I'm not an academic and I barely graduated high school. Okay. But so in all my conversations with doctors, we know that the brain is very, very plastic. It changes based on experience, and you can achieve the outcomes you want. And it's not just me or the doctors that tell me this. I do also now study this stuff on the internet. There's a great resource called PubMed that has just freely available papers you can go read. And one of them was this foundational paper on neural plasticity, where they talk about how we tend to remember things that are detrimental to our survival. So if you do some like learning bout, you like trying to learn how to code, right? You write a FizzBuzz algorithm or something, and then straight after you go jump in like an ice cold shower, or somebody slaps you unexpectedly, or I don't know, something happens to like spike your adrenaline, you'll remember that better. You will. And that's just the way our brain works. For example, if you're driving home one night and it's just same old, you're not going to remember that commute. This is called the tech commute. But if you are driving home one night and you see a huge fire and an accident on a street, and the street is called Cornelia Street, you'll remember the name of that street because something happened there that your like whole nervous system is like, remember that. And so that's some brain science about attention and effort. We pay attention to things that spike our adrenaline. For example, just walk around your house and accidentally stub your toe. Your toe, even though it's not your brain or your heart or your lungs, becomes the most important part of your body, right? That's how our whole nervous system works. And so um, attention helps that. And then when you're paying attention to things, when I was paying attention to, I want to be good at code, I put an effort. Similar, if you stub your toe, your attention goes there, but also very quickly you'll start putting an effort to soothe that. You'll rub it and you'll be like, that hurt. Or if you drive past the burning car, you'll put an effort, look at the street, sort of quickly note the surroundings, and so on. That's sort of the best trigger. There was a thing back in the day, I think in medieval cultures or something, where they would like after school take children and throw them in like ice water just so that they remember. This goes back centuries. And so that's the piece about attention and effort to learn. That's what actually helped me. And you know what's really cool? This is the blessing in disguise of my disease. After a big intense coding session or something, the next logical stop for me was the emergency room because I had been bleeding, and this obviously spiked my adrenaline. I'm convinced to this day that's how I learned to code and how it stuck and how it sticks to this day. I often spent a lot of free time coding or doing something of that nature. Then I'd be like, I'm bleeding internally, and the anxiety would start to spike, and I'd remember everything. Anyway, but okay, so that's the science about it. But then what about these things leaving? What about them failing? I mean, this is not really debated. This is well known that with age, um, cognitive decline is just normal. But it doesn't just have to be with age, right? You could have maybe you're a sports player and you have a traumatic brain injury, TBI. Maybe you end up doing a whole bunch of doing a whole bunch of drugs, and you permanently damage dopamine receptors. So there are drugs that will do this. I think methamphetamine absolutely. Maybe you do some weird like hallucinogenics, and so all that to say, one way or another, if there's anything I know about life, it's that time's a big circle, and anything you have today can be taken away from you tomorrow. This is maybe philosophical but also true. How many of you got suddenly laid off? Did you see it coming? Probably not. That's just the nature of that's what I meant by it will leave you. And for me, I have to be prepared for that, and for all of us, we have to be prepared for that. I think the big thing now is like AI. Like, is AI going to take my job? Am I going to be replaced by Devin? And you know what, there's a lot of like thought leaders telling you one thing or another. The true answer is we don't know, but maybe. And if that's the case, then we should be prepared for it. And I'm a huge proponent of, I'm not a Boy Scout because I was too sick, and also we didn't have it in Qatar, but like, what's the worst that can happen if you're just prepared? I'm not saying like build a nuclear bunker and fill it with cans of tuna. That's maybe too much. That's maybe over preparing. But I think just even preparing, if just mentally, can help. And so for me, to prepare for my eventual cognitive decline, I will do things like take fish oil every day and exercise every day, especially cardio, because it boosts the blood flow to your brain. It's cardiovascular, so it sends blood everywhere. And take care of sleep and nutrition and all of this. For me, this is just my protocol for being prepared. and then doing what I can to confidently say when it leaves, not if, when, to say I've done my absolute best. And now that it's leaving, it's the time for it to leave. As we talked about, there's a time for everything. This is the time. Cool. What's next? I hope that answers the question. Thanks. Yeah. I hope this was I hope this was a good balance between non-technical and technical. I did talk about some things like JavaScript and CSS and so on, but really it's called Journeys. It's for the cause. I encourage you, go donate. I have already. I maybe will again, just for solidarity. I'll say I'll match. How about this? I'll match any donations up to $1,000 that you do from this point on. And I'm sure Nate or Jason will tell me what that value is, or I might just donate $1,000. Who knows? But I'd encourage you to do that. That's why I'm here. That's why we're all here. That's what this is for. So let's do that, and let's. I hope there's a real resonance in the message of things are meaningless, so let's enjoy life. Not things are meaningless, so let's have anxiety, or not things are meaningless, so let's give up. But it's more things are meaningless, so that thing that's stressing me out, that meeting that I'm scared about being late for, it doesn't matter. It's meaningless. It's not going to matter in a year. It doesn't matter now. I'm overreacting, and so let's do our best, as best we can, while knowing, in the grand scheme of things, we're just on a little blue dot in the middle of the cosmos. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you.
You want an intro or? Dude, like I don't know when we're gonna go. And we are good.
Sweet.
We're good to go. It says visible, right? Right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, cool. All right, awesome. Well, thank you for joining us. I'm Shashi. That is Nelky. Um, we definitely wanted to be a part of this because we love building community and being a part of this tech community. We also want to just thank everybody that has spoken already, and those that will continue to speak after us as well. It's always great to be a part of an event that is for a good cause. It's for a family that was diagnosed with cancer recently, and that's just tough to go through, individually, as a family, as a friend, everything, right? So we just Milk and I wanted to get together because it's cool and casual, and community is all about building relationships and all that. And me and him met through X, and we chit chat here and there, do a few streams here and there, and that's pretty cool. But let me introduce myself. I am Shashi. I'm a senior UX engineer at Microsoft. I work on the Azure pricing calculation team. So we take a lot of services and estimate the cost for you, how much it's going to cost. That way, you know how much you're paying per month and whatnot. Aside from that, I am a father of 4. I'm a husband, and I am a big advocate of no pineapple on pizza. That's right.
Nice. What an intro. I'm Melky. I'm a machine learning infrastructure engineer. I thought this was a great opportunity. I think it's just a great cause, a great way to interact with a lot of people I enjoy interacting with. Shashi being one of those. Always a great opportunity. Just let's get together, do some cool things. And just doubling down on what Shashi said. It's for a great cause. And I owe a lot of my career, whether it's professional, whether it's content, through building in public. I stream on Twitch. I stream on YouTube. I actually learned how to code from streaming live, and then eventually got my job at Twitch to wherever I'm now. So I think my footprint with programming and building in public is very evident because that's where I started, and this is where I'm ended up. So my journey has been all visible on the public's eye, and I think this is just there's a lot of good reasons that pushed me and was very inviting for me to do this. So I'm excited.
Yeah, me too, man. What I'm excited about is learning about your experience, and like your because I mean, you went to React Miami, right?
Yep.
And I had so much FOMO. I was like, damn, should have been there. Like, see, it looked like a community. It looked like you guys are just having fun, hanging out, learning as well, but more so like just hanging out and chilling. But something that got to me was that post about that sock, bro. What is that?
Oh, you mean like this sock right here? You mean the sock?
Yeah,
the
that sock.
Primeagen sock. Yeah.
What?
So there's a lot of history and richness that comes from this sock. I took it off Primeagen's foot. You know what? Here, take it. You should check it out, dude.
Let me check it out.
Go look at it.
Oh, what
Give
the
it a
heck?
whiff.
How did it get here? Oh. Wait, hold on.
Give it a good whiff.
Oh,
Yes.
dude, no, you take it back, dude. Here, take it back.
I got it back. Hey, if you don't want it, I'll keep it. It's one of my prized possessions, man. It's a Primeagen used sock. It's pretty good.
Bro, I don't want any Primeagen mustache cooties on me. Okay? No. But you know what? That's pretty cool how that sock traveled from Washington State down to Texas, made a round trip back. Bro, that's 4,288 miles, about, give or take. Dude, that sock took a journey. Oh. Anywho, they're telling me to
Totally
be
not
serious.
planned, by the way.
They're telling me to be
You didn't
serious
practice
here.
this last night.
Yeah.
No.
No, no way. No, we did not practice this. What are you talking about? It's just me and Malcolm doing this, you know?
Yep, that's just the way we do it. That's how we run business.
But anywho, on to less serious things. You know, Melky, why don't you tell us about your journey into tech?
Yeah. So I had I think my journey, it's a little bit, it's not like the most straightest of paths. I went to school for like mechanical engineering. Essentially, I went to school for a different degree than computer science or programming. I never thought I'd be a programmer. I actually was completely turned off programming. In my first year, we had to take a mandatory like computer science course, and it was just so foreign to me. I couldn't understand it. I was struggling, and I essentially had to like cheat to pass the assignments, and I got caught. I actually got caught cheating, and I was flagged in my university. It's like, one flag, you get like a kind of a slap in the wrist. A second flag, you failed the course. A third flag, you're out of the school. So after that, I'm like, I'm not touching a keyboard to write code ever again. Until like my last semester as an engineer, I was doing this capstone project that involved a lot of computer science and computer vision. And I just like, kind of fell in love with that prospect. I understood kind of the capabilities of where our world is going and then how it's like turning into more of a technically centered society, at least in the Western society, right? And I was like, you know what? I don't want to miss out on this. But unfortunately, I didn't have the money to go back to school and get a CS degree. I'm sure a lot of people can relate. School is expensive. University, college, that's expensive. And luckily for me, I was able to pay off everything I needed. I did some part-time jobs here and there. But at the end of that last semester, that was like, the bank account was struggling. I was in debt. So, that commercial, those like things in the cartoon, you open up a wallet and like a spider web comes out. that was that was my reality. And so I was like, well, what do I do? And I just kind of went to in my school, I went to this lab, this AI lab. And luckily for me, I knew a person who was in the lab. And they said, you just come in, like, just hang out, whatever. And I was just so determined that I kept bothering the head lab, the professor. I was like, hey, like, teach me how to code, teach me how to code, teach me how to code, please. And he essentially said, like, I can't teach you how to code, but how about you help one of my PhD students? I have a PhD student. He's doing something deep in computer vision, in AI, and he needs some help doing some like, routine tasks that involve Python. And I was like, I'll take anything I can get. And so I met up with a PhD student. He was super, super nice, super sweet, super helpful. And he's like, I have all these like CSV files that need to be parsed and put into like a database. Can you do this? I don't even, and again, I did not program at all. So I have no idea what Python is. I barely knew how to open a CSV file on a regular like Windows UI. So this was so foreign to me. But when you do anything for the first time, it's all gonna be foreign, it's all gonna be difficult. And I just kind of kept up with that. I did that for like a couple months. And luckily for me, the professor approached me at the end. He's like, hey, do you want like a full ride for a master's in AI? It's like,
wow.
Yeah, they're like, we know it's a little crazy because you obviously don't come from a computer science background, but he saw that I was in that lab, first one in, last one out every single day. And he's like, I like you. He's like, I like you. I think, you showed that you actually want this. And he ran the AI program. So like, I will give you the full ride. Of course, there was like some things like I have to be like a TA, I have to do extra hours. There's like some things I had to kind of make up. But he was like, if you want it, it's there, it's yours. You're gonna have to work your butt off. And I did. And that's it. The rest is history, man. Then I started like, streaming on Twitch, learning React, building a little bit of a community, and that just snowballed to getting my first job, and here we are.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. That's like a lot of people's story right now too, is not a traditional way into tech, but having that opportunity and like stepping out and taking a risk, right? And doing it because you're like, well, you know what? Like this is fun. I want to do this and I want to see where it goes. And just so behold that your work ethic sounds like so that professor on knowing that you are going to succeed can see, that's why I tell a lot of people too when I work with them is we can see like experienced individuals in whatever we do, right? Whatever you do, you can see somebody's work ethic and how hard they try, how much effort they put into something, how many times they ask questions and stuff, how curious they are, right? That
Definitely.
curiosity is very big in the tech world
It
because
has to be.
technology is always changing. You learn
Absolutely.
something today, the next day it's already updated. It's changed already.
Yeah.
Documentation is already, completely revamped. And you
Yep.
gotta learn it again.
Yeah, and so like people always ask me like, how do you have a master's in AI computer science but a bachelor's not in computer science? They think like I'm lying. They think I'm like scamming, or they think like my
Yeah.
master's is like from like a gas station. They just buy a certificate. You know what I mean? But no, it's all real. Like I have a thesis. I have everything published. Like all that is like legit. And that's not like to brag, but that's to
Yeah.
say like what you're saying, Shashi. It's like if you have the curiosity and if you're willing to like literally work like nothing else matters, I have no doubt you can achieve whatever you want at any point in your life, right? You could just I recently did like this talk, and one theme was if you show people that you are working hard and that you want to learn, they will help you. People in positions to help others will always help when they see that the person is willing to do what it takes, right?
Oh, yeah,
So for me,
100%.
when people ask like, what's been a reoccurring theme in my kind of quote unquote journey, it's just working hard and showcasing that to people that are willing to help.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and it goes a long way, right?
Yep.
If I'm going to help you and you don't put in the effort that I'm outputting, then I'm less inclined to help you,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then also at the same time, I'm going to think, well, you're probably not, that curious, not that motivated for this. Because for myself, I don't know about you, I'm sure we're the same. Is when I do something, I go like 150, percent in. Like you're asking me, I'm going to commit to it. I'm all in. I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
do this thing. I'm going to put all my effort and time into it. But if you're not, giving it that same effort back or close to it, I'm gonna be like, yo, you know what? I'm gonna take a step back because
Mm-hmm.
I put so much effort and time into this. If you're not willing to do that, that same amount of effort, then it's just kind of not worth my time. But
Agreed.
like you said, if anybody were to do whatever they want to do and did it like at 100% of their effort and more, like be very curious, put that effort in, you're going to succeed because you're driven, right?
Yep.
It's kind of like that they say the it factor. The it factor is the drive. Like I want this, I want it no
Yep.
matter what. I'm going to find out and how to do it. Even right, if right now I only have one follower, right, on Twitch, whatever, I'm going to be consistent and keep doing it and learn
Yeah.
and iterate and keep going until I get to my goal, whatever that
Yep.
goal is.
Yep. And one more thing, I think we'll get to this like later.
Uh-huh.
It's you can't force things as well. That's what I learned. Like actually recently, it's I know a lot of are driven by results, and in the
Yeah.
content world, like the results come from like views,
Yep.
subscribers, followers, right? And it's really easy. Like it's probably the easiest thing that comes in content to get sucked into those numbers.
Oh yeah.
And let me tell you, firsthand experience, like the highs they're phenomenal, but the lows are
Yeah.
bad. They're painful. So my like advice to anyone is, if you are gonna go into that like bind, especially when it comes to content, it's like make sure you have reasons beyond the scope of just views and followers, because that's a recipe for disaster. Like a lot of not people say, "Oh, I'm gonna start this the biggest YouTuber." Like a lot of people say, I want to make videos to help people or showcase this or do this, right? So make sure you have an underlying theme and purpose for the grind, and I think the results will slowly come in. But I don't want to get into content just yet, Shash. I know
Okay.
we have that lined up later.
Yeah.
I got to talk about my kind of intro and how I got into tech. Why don't you tell us about yours?
For sure. Thank you for asking. How did I get tech? I often say I am a boot camper before boot camps were a thing because I learned a ton of things on my own. But let's get back to that. I want to kind of tell how I grew up because this whole journey and where I am today, it all kind of connects. My parents are refugees. I'm a proud Hmong, not Mongolian. Okay, we're a Southeast Asian group from the mountain lowland. The Hmong people helped the U.S. fight in the Vietnam War, and because of doing that, we were forced to flee our homes. My parents had to go to refugee camps, all of that, and then they were able to get sponsored to come to the U.S. But by doing that, they came with nothing but the clothes on their backs, right?
Yeah.
So my family came from an educated background, no family fortunes, really just learning things on my own. I have siblings and whatnot, but we all kind of learned along the way. Like we just had to like learn the culture and learn everything because my parents, they like back in I mean they're living in the mountains. Like they didn't have electricity. They had some water, but it was more like river running water and all that. And so they really had to adapt when they came here. And so after that, like going to school, I have an associate's degree in web design and development. And so it's not a bachelor's degree or anything. But pretty much from my learnings from school, I didn't learn much from it because all they taught us was to build Flash websites. Dude, I am that old, man.
Yeah, I mean,
I am
that's definitely not
so
going to come to use
old.
now.
you know but something that did inspire me to go to school to become a developer was MySpace.
Mm.
By being able to like alter my profile and like put CSS in there, JavaScript in there, and also Asian Avenue, it was like the same thing. It was like a social media network where you can just throw a bunch of CSS and it takes it in and it can add some JavaScript here and there. It was very unsecure.
Yeah, of course.
But you can do so much with it. And that opened the door for me to be like, that's what I want to do for my career. I want to build some cool stuff. And I just so happened to fall into this tech industry because of that, because of my passion, because of my love to build and to be on the internet and to just kind of develop things, to build stuff from scratch, right? So I kind of fell along right into it, not even for the money, but for the love of building and being on the web where I was at. But a part of my journey is also I've experienced having like a negative bank account like multiple times, like you spoke of, right?
Yep.
Spider webs
Yep.
come out of my wallet, totally.
Yeah.
And then heck, like even my firstborn son, I have 4 kids. My first one was born from welfare because we just
Wow.
didn't have money back then. Me and my
Yep.
wife, that was during the economic turndown in 2008. Everything crashed, and it was just a hard time to kind of
I
get
was,
anything going.
dude, that 2008, like I barely remembered. I was 11 when
Yeah.
that happened, and all I hear are like these scary rumblings of all these people. And so I can't imagine like being like relatively young when you and your wife had your first son in that industry, having a newborn child, like that's crazy. You didn't just have spiders coming out of your wallet, you had like spiders coming out of the
Oh my
spider's wallet,
gosh.
like you went
Dude, like there was some months where I thought I couldn't pay for heat, like
oh my
electricity. Luckily
dude,
we lived
starting
in
bottom, but now
yeah,
here.
luckily we lived in Minnesota where they don't cut it off to stay alive for a while. Texas, you don't
Yeah.
done. I was like, okay, whatever. But anywho, um but that has also taught me who I am today, though, to be humbled for what I have and where I came from. So I'm able to, I don't know if I'm able to do it well, but I'm able to manage my money, my family, my life, because living that way, growing up, right, with my parents not having much, and then getting my own family and trying to break through and trying to like get a good job and whatnot, and not being able to do that for a while too, to where I am today, like it's a total 360. Like,
Yep.
we both work for big corp companies and obviously get paid a lot. And
Yep.
we have a lot more than we used to have. And that has taught me a lot of like, I'm still like frugal with some things, right? Like,
Oh, me
dude,
too.
we'll go to the grocery store and there'll be like milk for like $1.50, right? And I'm like, nope, last year it was $1.25. No, I'm saving my quarter. No,
Yep.
I'll wait. I'll come back.
I'll come back. I know it'll go down.
Yeah,
You have
yeah,
them
I'll definitely
memorized.
down.
The ups and downs of produce
Yeah,
memorized.
it's so funny though, but that's what has
But it's
taught me.
real.
Yeah, yeah, but it helps too because then you put that into your day to day at work and all that too. You're more frugal with the features and tasks that you get. You take care of these things. You don't just put it out there for the sake of it. But to continue with my journey, like I was able to work for web development companies, agencies, and software companies. And the one constant thing that keeps coming back of where I am and how I got to where I am today is networking. One of the single greatest things that I did was I stepped out of my comfort zone. I became an independent contractor. I got an office at a co-working space.
Mhm.
Granted, now I mean I talk a lot and whatever, but back I was quiet back then, and I'm like I don't like meeting new people, right? Like you go meet random new people, you're like, this is kind of weird.
Yep.
But I was like, you know what? If I want my career to succeed, I have to do that. And by that one single move, I was able to grow my network and expand it and get many, many jobs and future
Mhm.
career opportunities. And even here, like where I'm at now with Microsoft, just being able to like build in public and like just to do other things to get seen. Like I wouldn't be where I am today if I didn't take that one step to change my trajectory, to
Yep.
go out and get out of my comfort zone, right? You can stay inside and do what you do on your own, but you're not going to make it if you don't network, if you don't build a community. I mean, you can, right? But it's very difficult. But
Yep.
if you have a good community and a good base and you allow them to help you and you help them, you're going to all grow together. Like we always say is by helping another person, it's not going to hurt you.
No.
It's only going to uplift everybody along the way.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned. So you know how you started with the React Miami and how you watched it, and it was like it looked so fun, and
Oh my God.
I think the reason why React Miami was so fun, one of the reasons, of course, I think
Uh-huh.
big shout to Michelle for the organizers. It was
Oh, it was
absolutely crazy,
man.
right? Miami's beautiful, but I think another good reason of why it was there's something about it's because everyone there had networked already within each other. Like, everybody
Um,
knew of each other,
yeah,
even though we never
yeah.
spoke directly. It's like
Mhm.
the first time I met like Sam Selikoff, he'd be like, "Hey, it's Melk." Be like, "Hey, it's Sam." Like I know you, you
Yeah,
know me, and like we're able to
yeah,
like already jive and like be like, "Man, I've
yeah.
seen your content, or I've seen this, and this was funny. This is crazy. I have a question about this." So I definitely think like networking is so instrumental, right? Network
Mhm.
with the right people, network with the people that you want to network with. Um, I, definitely like one of the people when I went to Miami, I was super excited to like meet people like I've already met Prime tons of times, but
Yeah,
people like
yeah.
PJ, Prime, Dax, Adam, all these people that I've had these great conversations with, these voice chats, these collabs online. Like it was just like something about it to meet them was very exciting. And that was all due to the fact like one day I just reached out to one of them. We started talking. I asked them a
Yeah,
question about something they were building. And that's all
yeah.
it takes. Like networking doesn't have to be this complicated, precise thing. Networking can be as easy as interacting with someone's content, liking it, sending a message, retweeting it,
100%,
or
man.
it's just that is still elements of networking. And I always implore people in this space, like we gotta support each other, right? Like one thing I always say, it's how everyone always wants to support a celebrity, right? When a celebrity comes out with a product, it's like, "Yeah, I'll buy that product." Like, obviously, I want to
Yeah.
support them. It's good. But when it comes, for some reason, when it's like one of your close friends or someone much smaller, tries to do something, like you're less keen on like right away jumping and buying that, right? And so for me, I've always been in that mentality, like always try to support your friends first. And if they're building something, just send the star on GitHub. It goes a long way. And
Oh,
it's all part of networking.
yeah, man, you make a great point. Is like a lot of people that when I do Twitter Spaces, they ask the same question: is how do I network if I'm an introvert, or how do I do
Mhm,
that
mhm.
if I'm not outgoing like you? I'm like I'm not, I was never like this. I had to
Yep.
step out of my shell, and try. And the first thing you can do is like somebody's post and just comment, right?
Yep.
Start to build that relationship Because if Melky didn't know me and I go message him and I say, hey, yo, like, I love your content. Would you like to get together something for coffee chat? He would say, I don't know this person. I'm gonna ignore you. Right?
Yep.
Like, no way. But if I have built a little connection with you through comments, through likes, and all of that, then it builds a rapport. And then now you're like, oh yeah, Shashi, like that guy that we keep talking about this stuff on,
That's
on
literally what happened between us too. That's literally what happened. It was just like
Yeah.
one comment, one like. We had a conversation that spilled over to like a quick DM, and then now it's like it feels like I've known you longer than the time we've actually known each other and the times we've interacted, just because of like that rapport.
Yeah.
So
It was all your
absolutely,
legs,
man.
bro. It was your leg. It was your leg.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Legs, socks, something's going on, dude. Something's going on with your lower half, bro. Like, I don't know.
Dude, I forgot about that.
That's how we got
That was-
connected, though.
that was
right?
awesome. Yeah.
And then
One-
we were just like, you know what? Like we have so much in common. Like, let's just chat and talk. And then we did
Yeah.
a stream together and whatnot. And like now
Oh,
it just
man.
feels like we know each other without even me. And then I came to Seattle and you're like, bro, I live right there. And I was like, dude, I left already. You should
I
have
know.
told me. I would have stopped by. I would have walked there and stopped by.
Yeah, next time you come, we gotta plan that better. But
Yeah.
yeah, dude, look, it was one joke. It was like, I don't have legs, like something so silly that's obviously just like, not true, but it was just so funny that I just
Not
kind of
true.
built a relationship. It's like, oh man, this guy is hilarious. Like, I can definitely get along with him. So yeah, it's
like
small things.
once you do that, your personality comes out. They get to
Mhm.
know a little bit of you, and then once they are able to like see you on video or talk to you, then that clicks, right? And even if we never met on video, met in person for the first time, we kind of know our personalities because we jive, and we would have hit it off. Like that
Mhm.
happened to me too at that conference. Like it's another great conference to build community where I haven't met a few people, and I met them. I'm like, yo, like you're exactly how I think you would be from Twitter, like Sean Day and Mark Texan Thompson. Like meeting them in person, I was like, yo, this is really cool. Like you're big names and all, but in person, you're really cool. Like we're
Mhm.
all we hit it off and
Yeah.
had a great time and everything. But that stems from just little small conversations. If you're afraid to network or you feel like, hey, you know what, they're probably not going to respond, just start by commenting, like
Yep.
commenting on our post. Like if we like it, we're gonna comment back. We're gonna like it, and then keep doing that.
Yep.
And then we'll be like, oh, hey, like I recognize your name. Somebody did that to me. Like they kept commenting and liking my stuff, and then I was like, oh yeah, like you have some great feedback and whatnot. And then after 2 weeks or 3 weeks, they messaged me personally, said, hey, I want to get into UX engineering. Can you send me some resources to get me going? And I accepted. And I said, of course I will,
Yeah, it's
because
different.
I built a little connection with them. If I'm sure you do too, but I get a lot of blind DMs, right? Saying, hey, can you give me a job? Can you help me with this? And I'm like, no, man,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I have like 1,000 other people to tend to, and I can't do that. But if we build that little bridge and I understand and kind of get to know you a little bit, I am more inclined to continue that connection and to keep going.
Yeah. And like another thing is like it doesn't only have to be about commenting and liking. Like it also gives like if someone else starts to be an own developer or own content creator, but they've already been kind of building those bridges by those other things that we just mentioned. And if they create like a post or a meme, right? Tech Twitter, there's memes everywhere. Like if I see a good meme that's funny and I know the person who made it, I'm like,
Yeah.
500 times more likely to like it, retweet it, comment it, all of them, right? Like, but if somebody I don't know who made a random meme about me and it's just like kind of punching down, if I don't know you, I'm not gonna take it in the best of strides, I'll be like, who's this person
Yeah.
joking about me?
Yeah.
But if the person I know who it means no harm at all, want to have a good laugh at whatever expense, like of course, like laughter is the best. Laugh at yourself before you laugh at anyone else. So it does go a long way. I can definitely say that just being involved in any way, micro, macro, whatever, it goes a long way for any sort of networking opportunities.
Totally. So tell me this. You just came from an in-person conference.
Yeah.
How was that compared to like not meeting these individuals in person, but just knowing them off the internet, like how was that?
Oh, it was I can't emphasize how amazing it is. And
Mhm.
for everyone, I want to, like, I strongly recommend going to conferences isn't cheap. If especially if it's not one in like your home city or whatever. There's so many.
Yeah.
I would strongly push someone try to go to one a
Mhm.
year, because if you go to one in-person conference, it's a blast. Meeting all these people, putting a face to a Twitter
Yeah.
icon or Twitter avatar, getting to
Yeah.
know them, you
Yep.
discover more things about them. And one thing that I found kind of surprising is, of course, we talked about like technical things, but
Yeah.
the conversation naturally moved on to like non-technical things, right? We were
Yep.
just talking about random stuff that you would talk to like a friend that you grew up with that doesn't care that you're like a big content creator or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And it just felt so natural, and the synergy was there. So I think overall conferences are super great. I love having opportunities to join conferences, speak at conferences, whatever. But in person, when you have that chance, like the amount of people you can meet, just like shaking a hand, I met like easily like 30 plus people that I
Wow.
kind of knew on Twitter. We had done this a little bit like back and
Yeah.
forth comment
Yep.
liking that we just talked about. But the second we talked in person, it's like, whoa, like our relationship just like skyrocketed, like
Yeah.
I know you so much better. I feel comfortable reaching out to you for asking for something or help or whatever. And it cannot be undermined the value of in-person connections, especially with a common like theme, like a conference or
Mhm.
something.
I totally agree, man. I felt the same way when I went to that conference. And then after going the first time, I wanted to speak, and I was able to speak at my first ever conference this past January. But the experience was so good. Like you meet, like you see, like you said, you see people's profile and they comment all that stuff. You hear their voices on Spaces or YouTube.
Yeah.
But the human element, when you connect together and talk about random stuff, is so valuable, right? Because, like you said, it's just like, oh, we're just friends. Like we're like friends, like just talking stuff up and talking about commonality, things about life, about family, about
Yep.
sports, about lifting weights, about whatever else it could be, right? And then you build that connection, like a true friendship. Like I always say, when you go to that conference, you come back with family. Like
Mm,
you can go alone, but like a conference like React Miami, same thing, right? It
yeah.
feels like a community where like you might have known some people and whatnot, but you go and you meet so many more that are open to hanging out, open to just conversating,
Yeah.
and open to just getting to know you. And that helps because that builds your network. Because when you need them, they will be more than willing to help you. And when they need you, you are more than willing to help them because you've built that bridge and that connection.
Yeah. A good example. It's funny you say that. So I
Mhm.
go into React Miami, and like I'm not the biggest like front end individual, right?
Mhm.
I've dabbled with React, but I would not
Yeah.
say I'm like professional at it, whatever, right?
Mhm.
I can make some things work here and there.
Yeah.
But I've been super interested in Solid
Uh-huh.
JS. I
Yep.
just had this like interest. I
Yeah.
think the technology is very interesting. And I actually reached out to Ryan Carniato, exact same thing we talked about. We knew of
Yeah.
each other a little bit, follow, reached out. Hey, you want to talk? He's
Yep.
like, you know what? I know you. You know some people. Absolutely. And that was fun. And we had to plan something. And then at React Miami, I met a really cool dude named Dave who also works
Yeah.
really close with Ryan, works really close with
Yep.
Solid, all
Yep.
that. And we just started talking because we had this commonality. And it just so happens we're from the same hometown.
Oh,
We're from
wow.
the same
That's
hometown. And we
crazy.
were just like, what? Like, whoa, like we went from not knowing each other to like having a common interest and a common thing with like
Oh, yeah.
Ryan and interest here and there and his work and Solid, something I'm trying to like pick up to now like coming from the same home, like we just like
That's
tripled
crazy.
how much we know each other in the span of one
Yeah.
conversation. um so like you never know what will happen. Like the reason why I say is like you come in alone, you come out with all these friends, all these family. That's exactly
Yeah.
what happened. I went
Yeah.
in knowing like people that I knew for a while, again, like the prime, the teach, whatever. But I
Yeah.
come out knowing like just like 4x, 5x more people.
Yeah.
And it's phenomenal. Like honestly, like I'm not just saying that just because React Man was good. Like it's just an eye-opening experience.
Yeah. And I feel this too, like a lot of people that go to these conferences, like you said, they don't know a lot of people, and it's tough for them to network and stuff. But I will be honest, like a lot like depends on the conference, but like React Miami, that conference seems like a community based
Yeah.
where you come, we're gonna be like, hey, yo, come and join us,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Come and like let's go hang out together. Not hey, yo, you stay over there, I don't know you, you don't know me. No, if you come, we're like, hey, you're alone. Hey, hop on the train. Let's go.
Yep.
Let's go eat together. Let's go hang out together. Let's get to know you. You're
Yep.
here for a reason. I'm here for a reason. Let's get to know each other. Oh, hey, you're into solid. Oh, I know a guy into solid. Let me introduce you, right?
Exactly.
And then boop,
Exactly.
you got it. You got connected, and then we're all connected, and then we had this all these commonalities. I think we're like what they call like relationship builders, right? Like when we recognize something, then we're like, oh, you like that? Oh, I know another person that likes that
Mm.
too. Let me bring you
Yep.
together, and then
Yep.
now
Yep.
you can like build this friendship together. Like that's what I usually do. Is if I don't know it, if I do, then I'm going to like connect them with others. There's this guy that came to that conference, right? His name is Chris. I call him Tyler by accident because I met another Tyler right before him.
Okay.
It's so funny,
Okay.
but he came alone, and then I saw him alone, and then I had a group of people like 7 people, and I was like, hey, yo, Chris, have you met these people? He's like, no. I was like, here, meet this person, this person, this
Yeah.
person, and then you
Big
bring
shout out
them
to
in,
people like you.
and then by the end of the conference, like we're all friends, like we're all together, we're in the Discord together now, we all have met one another in person, have
Mm-hmm.
built that human connection,
Yep.
and know that hey, yo, no, like if you need anything, I'm here for you. So now when they need anything, they ask me questions or for advice. I'm like, yeah, dude, here, let me give it to you, right?
100%.
Opposed to you never coming and me never meeting you and you asking me that question. I'm sorry, but I have another 20 people I've met in person that I've built a connection with that I feel like
Yeah.
my efforts are more valuable there. Not saying I'm not going to give you time, but like
It's
it's
different.
just, yeah, it's just different, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm more than willing to help everybody whenever I can. But there's so many things in life, like we have work, we have family, and all of that that's going on already. But by building your community, by expanding your network, it goes such a long way.
Yeah. And on that topic, almost kind of shifting gears on like building community, but as like a way to also like build community via building content as
Yeah.
well.
Hmm.
So like for me, like I build, I make videos, I stream a topic I really enjoy making videos about is like the Go programming language.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because I went to React Miami, right?
Hmm.
JavaScript, TypeScript, React. And obviously I had no expectations of anything. I was going in, meeting some friends, and having a really good time. And it's crazy because people were like, "Hey, like I recognize you from your Go videos. I'm interested in
Nice.
like learning Go because of you." And I'm like, "Oh, we're
Yeah.
at like a React Miami conference. Like, you should be saying that out loud. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want Theo to hear you or anything like that.
Yo,
You don't
yo,
be
calm
banned
down,
from the
Brian.
conference. Yeah, keep it down, man. I got Go on the low. I got Go on the low. Um, but this is it just goes to show like I when you make content, like you shouldn't have expectations, right? You shouldn't have these like, okay, in 2 videos, I'm gonna be here. In 100 videos, I should be there.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
make the videos that you want to watch. Make like, one piece of really good advice that
Hmm.
Mr. B said. It's like you cannot complain until you've made 100 videos, and in those 100 videos, you've improved one thing.
Yeah.
So if you make 100 videos, but the exact same thing, you can't complain. If you
Mhm.
haven't made 100 videos, you can't complain. But if you made 100 and after every single one, you've improved one thing at a time and something's not working, then yeah, you can complain, let's strategize, let's reevaluate, right? But the first thing is like making sure you are improving little by little the things you can. Could be a small audio thing, could be fixing a typo, the
Yeah.
lighting, the tempo, the cuts, whatever. Just pick one thing and improve it. And once you let it out there, if it's genuine, if it hits some people, there's going to be people that recognize the effort, appreciate the content. And then when you
Mhm.
go to a React Miami conference as a core Go developer, people will say, "Hey, I recognize your content. It's interested
That's
me.
so
Are you
awesome.
free for a conversation?" And it's just amazing.
I think you bring up a very good point in that creating content, do the stuff that you've always wanted to see or the information that's in your head. I always thought that like I don't want to write a blog because somebody else already wrote it. I don't want to create a video about React or CSS or this new
Hmm.
feature because somebody else already did it,
Yep.
right? But the reality is, not everybody learns the same way. And there's certain people that learn exactly the way that you do. And the way that you explain it is different, right? The way that you explain it could be dumbed down to them to understand it, where somebody else maybe using some high level words or whatever, or going
Yeah.
like you're using too many animations or whatever, and they're like, oh, I don't understand this. Like, this is not my pace. This is not my style,
Yep.
right? We all learn differently, and that's something that I realized too. Is like I have so much knowledge in my head, and that's why I've been active on X or Twitter as well. Is I want to help inspiring engineers and junior developers, because I can see that there's a gap that where when you graduate from boot camp or self-taught and you're left alone, right, to fend for yourself, and nobody, well, unless if you have a community, but it's really hard that you have no guidance, or there's a lot of like false information out there and saying, hey, you can become a developer in 2 days, right? Just do this. And it's like, yeah, no. Or like you're just not getting that constructive criticism. Because for me, I do the portfolio reviews on purpose,
Yep.
because I keep seeing people post up their portfolios and like, oh dude, that looks so good, great job. And 100 people are saying the same thing. I look at them like, Melky, this is shit. This portfolio, it sucks. Like I don't say it that harshly, but I say, hey yo, like this is just not modern. Like if I'm a hiring manager and I have hired people before, I look
Yeah.
at this, I'm done. After 2 seconds, I'm out. Let me give you some feedback so you can correct that, so that when you apply for jobs, because the people commenting in your post, they're probably not going to hire you, right? The
Yeah.
hiring people and the recruiters are going to look at it differently. So let's optimize it for them so that you can get optimized, so that you can be seen and get that opportunity. So my content has been geared towards that. And like I'm like I told you, I want to start my YouTube channel on
Finally.
finally
I'm gonna
on
hold you.
UX.
You guys
Please,
don't know this.
everybody
Me and
hold me to
Shashi
it.
had this conversation a year ago, and
Oh,
he
that's true.
hasn't. So he told me
I
last
put all
night
this gear for it too.
in 1 month he will start. So this we're go. I'm telling it publicly. I will personally
Okay.
keep him accountable, but now you have to hold him accountable as well. I want more.
Oh boy.
I want more YouTube Shashi content. I've been
Okay.
waiting. Okay.
Oh boy, here we go. Yep. Got you. I got you. I have a plan. So I'm gonna start it. I'm gonna focus it on UX engineering, but also my first series is gonna be a developer one-on-one,
Ooh.
where, like, as a new engineer, you come in and you're like, oh, I got a job. I'm good. I'm ready to go. And you're like, here's a process you have to follow. What is that?
Yeah.
What's agile? Wait, what's time boxing? Wait, I think I know what I'm doing. I want to get it done, and you hand it off like you did it complete wrong.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Doc writing. All
Yeah,
of this. All
right?
of
Like it's just like all these things. You're like, man, I didn't know you had to like learn this or understand that or experience this and all that.
it.
But if you do, it's going to help you become a better engineer right away,
Yep.
right? By just these little nuances.
Yep.
But that's kind of what I'm doing, and I'm going to push that out. What about you, man? Anything coming up? Anything else you're going to do?
Dude, a lot of things, man. I've been.
Mhm.
I think I've started to find a bit of my stride here with Go, and I've been building some
Nice.
things, and I really enjoy. So one thing, it's like one thing to I use Go professionally at work. I do side projects in Go. I've taught a course in Go now, um, and for me, it's always interesting to look at a different language and be like, okay, I want to learn something there now, right?
Yeah.
Have you heard of the silver dollar syndrome, Shash?
I have not. Tell me about it.
Okay, you definitely know it, but let me explain it
Okay.
here.
Mhm.
You're walking down the street and something catches your eye, something shiny, and it's a silver dollar.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, oh, cool, let me go and walk. And you go off the main path you're on to go pick it up. You
Uh-huh.
go, and right, you're bending down, you're right about your, and right before you pick it up, you see a shinier silver dollar
Yep.
on the other side. And you're like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm just gonna grab that one. That one's even shinier. So you go
Yeah.
walk, and the whole time you repeat this process, and you've attempted to pick up a shiny dollar, but you actually picked up zero because your attention keeps being shifted between what the actual goal is versus what you're
Yeah.
seeing at that moment in time. And so for me, it's very easy to look at like, different programming language and be like, or like stuff that happened in JavaScript, TypeScript ecosystem and be swayed. However, for me, I really enjoy Go. I really appreciate design and principle Go has.
Uh-huh.
And even
Nice.
topics that everyone thinks they know, like, currency or using Go routines, there's so much depth to it, right?
Yeah.
I feel like 90% people can easily implement the Go routine and talk about it, but it's that 10% that have that deep fundamental knowledge of how like the theory behind a Go routine, how it was initially designed. And that's what interests me right now. Like I really want to go deep and expand the depth of my knowledge when it comes to that programming language. So yeah, a lot of my content will be around that, exploring different topics around the ecosystem, overall tech topics as well, things that I think would interest people at an intermediate, maybe junior level as well. But recently I felt a little bit of burnout, and I think I just want to
Yeah.
be happy with making
Yeah.
content. I think that's
Totally,
what I
man.
want to do, man. I think the goal that a lot of people lose track sight of,
Mhm.
and I just genuinely will be happy when I make content. So whatever that is, I'm searching for it.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, is like being burnt out, like having an idea and saying, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do all of it, and then I'm gonna continue to do it, and then get burnt out. It's tough, you know. Like when you get burned out, like you're burnt out for a while, and then you have motivation, you pick yourself back up and all this stuff. But yeah, totally. Do things that make you happy, that are enjoyable. Bro, content is phenomenal. So
Thank
keep
you.
going. Everybody, if you want to learn Go, no, I meant React. Just kidding. Go.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you want to, do not come to my
If you want to
channel.
React, we're gonna go at a React conference.
Yeah, there you go. That's funny. I'm gonna say one thing on the top of burnout. So I think it's gonna be important, and I'll kind of keep this brief. So I felt burnout really, really bad at the end of last year, just from a content perspective, just burnout. And
Yeah.
I don't play video games at all. I never played video games. I was just never into it. I don't have anything bad about video games. Just I do this
Yeah.
with my, thing there, right? But I was so genuinely burnt out from programming and making videos that for the whole December, I played World of Warcraft. I played it when I was like a young kid. I always liked the game. It was a very beautiful like experience. And there was a new like version of World of Warcraft coming out, and I just picked it up and I played for a month, and it was a good month. It was like I was playing with my friends. I had a
Yeah.
good time. It was fun, and it was the best thing to do for my burnout, because after that month, like first of January, I was actually able to put World of Warcraft down. I was like, I'm done with this game. It did what it had to do. I had a lot of fun with it, and I was ready to get back into it, back into coding, back into content making, right? So the advice there for people who are burnt out is, if you are burnt out, don't force your way out of it.
Yeah.
Literally try to find something else to let your mind relax from that topic, right? Do a video game, go on a vacation, go outside, touch grass, read a book, but just don't do the thing that caused you to be burnt out, because that is when you can spiral, and that's where the quality of your work will suffer significantly. So my best advice, if you've never played video games like I have, but you feel burnt out, try it out. It could be the solution for you.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I have a good story about burnout too. At my job, like we had, we have tight deadlines, right?
Yep.
And most of the times you can move some features and some flip around, but sometimes you can't. For this particular case, we were launching this application, and we had like 2 weeks to go, and things are falling behind. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go 200 miles an hour, get all this stuff done, work nights, and try to catch up and get it done, right? Yep, that's right. Yep. Right on cue. And so what had happened was I was going so fast, right? I didn't realize that I was getting burnt out. I was only realizing it when I started to slow down, and I was like, whoa, why am I so slow now? Like I'm at 100% velocity, but I feel so slow. And then all of a sudden I was like, pew, I dropped to 25%. I was like,
Mm,
dude, I don't want to do anything.
yep.
Like
Yep.
all that work in the last 2 weeks, I need to make up for my personal time, and I'm gonna slow down. And I also played video games. I played Valorant. My friend got me Valorant. Dude, don't get me into. I'm gonna get addicted. I got addicted.
Of
So
course.
I played every night. I played every morning. I played, and all that stuff. Right? I got better because you want to get better and better and better. And so that was one way that I coped with burnout, by playing video games. And then it took a while for me to get back to normal.
Yeah.
It took a while for me to be like, okay, now I'm back to my original 100% velocity. Or, okay, oh, hey, dude.
A little bit.
But like, it's hard too, because like sometimes you don't realize that you're burnt out, right? That so much that I get burnt out. That's why I always ask some people, they do like 3 or 4 projects at the same time. I'm like, yo, be careful.
Yeah.
Don't burn yourself out. They're like, I'm good. No. I want to be cautious with you. Like, slow down. You may be good now, but once you start to remove 1 or 2 or 3 and you go back to your normal pace, you will be burnt out and you'll be like, nope,
Yep.
I don't want to do this anymore. This feels like crap. My body doesn't feel good. My mind's not right. I got to do something else. And then you start to slow down everything. And it's hard because like you don't realize you're burnt out until you're burnt out. And
Yep.
the signs of it is like just doing more than you can, obviously. Sure, sometimes that's fine. But if you continuously do that, right, continue pushing yourself, it will happen. And you also, one thing I always tell people too is your velocity of being able to handle stuff, you have to gradually increase it. You can't go from working on 5 things to 20 things at a
Yeah.
time. You work on 5 things, 6 things. Okay, next 7, 8,
Yep.
right? It gradually increase because then you won't get burned out. You're just increasing your velocity, increasing your scope of work that you can handle in a time frame, right? And you can't jump from 5 to 20. You do that, you're gonna go 3 times as hard. You're done. Go back to 5. You're gonna feel like, oh, I don't even want to push anymore. Like this is just too much. And then you have to you have to find something to cope with it. And that's the hard part, is coping with that burnout. It's tough. And I think
Yep.
that's where your community, your network, family, friends play, where you're like, hey, yo, like I'm just burnt out. I had a talk with Gabe, the React Miami G2I owner,
Yep.
and he reached out to me through X. I don't know him, and we kind of chat here and there, and I got on a call, and he's like, bro, I've been through that before. Let's talk about it. I was like, cool. Talk about how all this stuff. Like, man, that's the power of a network. Like,
Absolutely.
I'm not even connected with him directly, but he reached out to me on his own saying, hey, anytime you want to talk, let's talk. And I'm like, dude, you're one of the founders of the React Native conference in your own company. You want to talk to me? Like me? Like I'm nobody, But no. So I was like, cool, let's chat and figure this out. So yeah, it was really good because we had a lot of commonalities. We have family, we have work and all that, but he taught me how he balanced stuff out too. And so it was really good.
Yep. No, it's good. Everyone thinks that they're immune to burnout until it happens. No one's immune to burnout. It will happen if you're not careful.
Cool, man. Okay, closing thoughts. All right. I'll go first so you can end this right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
But thank you for everybody for joining us for this talk. We wanted to support this cause because as somebody that's going through just being diagnosed with stage 3 cancer and having family also impacted, it's a lot. It's a lot to go through. So hopefully, Leah, you and Jacob can take the donations that we're providing here to good use, and know that we're praying for you and we're here for you as a community because it's one to do on your own, but it's another to do it with the community behind your back, and we have your back.
Yep. Absolutely. So just a quick friendly reminder, like I think last time we checked, we're like 84% of this phenomenal goal. Let's keep pushing it. We're close. This is only day 1. I know there's still a lot of great speakers coming after this one, and there's a whole day tomorrow as well. So absolutely, everyone involved just shows the power of community, shows the power that, when there's a goal that resonates with everyone, like our power is unstoppable. So good job, everyone. And super proud to be a part of this. Me and Honeydew right here, my junior engineer, is extremely stoked.
Hey, fist pump. Right here, fist bump.
He
Boom.
can't. His fists are too small. His fists are
Oh,
too
boom,
small.
boom, boom. He's like, "Eh."
He's like, Dad, I want to go outside. Cool. That's it. I don't know. I had a great time. So thank you.
Me too, man. Thank you for everyone that put this together. Had a
Mhm.
phenomenal time. I hope we brought value. Well, I don't see you. I don't see them. They don't see us. I don't know. I mean,
I don't know.
you.
It
So
was at
I
least fun
think
talking
we're good,
about
right?
it.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
fun
It is
talking to you. So
yeah, it's just a friendly conversation. Yeah, we're good. Oh, they can't hear you. Oh, they can't hear those two. Oh, they can hear us. Oh, they can hear us. Oh.
there's voices in our heads now.